Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to welcome you to the 5th International Conference of Tropical Studies and its application today, 6 October 2021. The theme of this year's conference is the bridging of multidisciplinary trends between social and life science on tropical studies beyond COVID-19 pandemic. It is an honor for us to introduce and welcome the keynote speakers. His Excellency Dr. Awang Azman bin Awang Pawi from University of Malaya, Malaysia. Her Excellency Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia from University of Twente, Netherlands. His Excellency Professor Yoshisuke Kumano from Shizuoka University, Japan. Her Excellency Dr. Sutirat Kitipong Vises from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And the Honorable Rector of Mulawarman University as the Director of Project Implementation Unit ISDB Mulawarman University, which is represented by Dr. Insinyur Bohari, MSI. Executive Director of Project Management Unit, Dr. Rernat Suseno Amin. And Executive Director of Project Implementation Unit, ISDB Mulawarman University, Dr. S.C. Musta'id Yusuf, MSI. And also, we welcome all the speakers, invited speakers, moderators, presenters, and participants of this 5th ICTROPS 2021. Please give a round of applause. For a brief moment, we would like to invite all the participants to sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and Mars UNMUL.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah darahku. Di sanalah aku mati, jadi padu ibuku. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah air. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semua. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia. Indonesia, merdeka, anakku yang kucinta. Indonesia, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia, anakku, negeriku yang kucinta. Indonesia, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia.
Universitas Mulawarman, langkah ke masa depan. Ilmu di dada, agama di jiwa, berasas Pancasila. Universitas Mulawarman, harmoni kehidupan. Universitas Mulawarman, tonggak sejati nusa bangsa. Indonesia
Before we begin this conference, let us pray together for the successful of our conference today, and will be guided by blogger Sodionoto SKM MKS PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My respected honorables, ladies and gentlemen, participant Freitrops 2021. Let's together before recite doa prayer together the gathering to recite Al-Fatihah. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa nasta'in ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan fi ni'matin yukafi ma idza rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali karim wa adimi sultanik. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kunna minadh dhalimin. Rabbana dolamna anfusana wa ilam taghfir lana wa tarhamna nakunana minal khasirin. Rabbana ighfir lana dzunubana wa kaffir 'anna sayyi'atina wa tawaffana mal abrar ya aziz ya ghafar ya rahman ya rahim. Rabbana la tujigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab ya mujibal qulub sabit qulubana li dinik li ta'atik ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma rabbana taqabbal bina salatana wa siyamana wa qiyamana wa ruku'ana wa sujudana wa takassu'ana wa tadaru'ana wa tabudana wa tamim taqsirana ya Allah ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana ighfir lana dzunubana wa liwalidina wa li jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minati al ahya'i minhum wal amwat. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbi ja'alna muqimas shalah wa min dzurriyyatina wa taqabbal du'a. Allahumma salamatan fid din. Allahumma salamatan fid din wal afa fi jasad wa ziyadatan min ilmi wa barakatan min rizqi. Allahumma taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Wahawin alaina fi siratil maut wa najata minan nar wal afa indal hisab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin nabi ummi wa ala alihi wa baraka wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Baik MC, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For all the audiences, please stay locked in until the end of this conference because we will give 6 prizes for the best participants today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech from the Executive Director of Project Management Unit ISDB. Please welcome Dr. Rernard Suseno Amin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I would like to thank the organizer of the International Conference on Tropical Studies and its application annual conference on October 5-6, 2021. And also to the Project Implementing Unit, University of Mula Warman, so that this annual conference can be held. The Honorable Rector of Mula Warman University, Executive Director of Project Implementing Unit, Mula Warman University, lecturers and researchers, and conference participants. This scientific meeting has an important position in achieving the project objective to make the University of Mula Warman a center of excellence for tropical studies under the Development of Higher Education Institute project funded by Government of Indonesia and Islamic Development Bank. The theme, the bridging on the trend of multidisciplinary between social and life science on tropical studies beyond the COVID-19 pandemic is very relevant to be discussed, and we hope that outputs to answer various questions about the ability of higher education to become a source of innovation, and then can solve the problem during this COVID-19 pandemic. So almost all universities are trying to the best to continuously improve the quality of research, but with limited access to the learning resources in their campus. And in addition, the mobility of researchers and students also limited. So we hope that from this conference, we could obtain fruitful results thanks to the contributor so that this conference can be conducted. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking your time for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to welcoming speech delivered by the rector of Mula Warman University, which is represented by the Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, and Public Relations, Dr. Insinyur Bohari, MSI.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, and all participants, on behalf of Mula Warman University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the 5th ICTROPS 2021. Moreover, I honorably welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Awang Azman bin Awang Pawi from University of Malaya, Malaysia, Dr. Suchirat Kittipong Visa from Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand, Professor Yoshisuke Kumano from Shizuoka University, Japan, and Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia from University of Twente, the Netherlands, Executive Directors of PMU, Pak Suseno Amin, Executive Directors, PIU 4-in-1 ISDB projects, and our invited speakers. First of all, I would like to express an apology and greeting from the Rector of Mula Warman University to all the participants because he has not been able to join together with us at the moment. He hopes that this international conference will be successful. International Conference on Tropical Studies and its application, or ICTROPS, has been implemented by UNMUL for 5 consecutive years by the PIU ISDB project. And this year is the 5th ICTROPS with the topic, the bridging multidisciplinary trends between social and life sciences on tropical studies beyond COVID-19 pandemic. This topic is very important considering that learning from the pandemic COVID-19, we realize that currently in learning a case, it cannot be seen from only one part of knowledge, but it must be studied from multidisciplinary such as social sciences, economic, culture, and life sciences, and other disciplines. ICTROPS of this year's attempt to facilitate the scholars from other different fields of study to collaborate and discuss the best recommendation. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the audiences, I hope that the conference will be able to achieve its objective in providing a platform for researchers and practitioners to advancing knowledge and research for the better of life beyond the pandemic. The center of excellence of our university is tropical studies. These things are too relevant with the basic scientific pattern of tropical rainforest. Therefore, this conference is a forum for sharing the latest issues in the context of tropical studies and its application. We realize that the complexity of these issues needs a balance from the pure sciences and social sciences perspectives. Finally, my deepest gratitude goes to the advisory board, organizing committee, PMU and PIU for In-One ISDB project, the University of Jember, State University of Malang, and Sultan Agung Tirtayasa University, who have supported the success of this conference. The committee has organized a scientific program and is working hard to present highly respected and international speakers to lead it. Although we try to finance to be professional, please accept our sincere apologies should some inconveniences occur before, during, or after the event. I wish you a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussion and exchanges of knowledge. Thank you for joining this event. I sincerely hope you will enjoy this conference. And by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this 5th ICTROP 2021. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, sir. It was a very delighting speech. We are now going to have a photo session with all the keynotes and invited speakers. Our team will do the screenshot, so get your camera on and give your best smile.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
For all the audiences, I would like to remind you again, please stay logged in until the end of this conference because we will give 6 prizes for the best participants today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our conference with our first keynote speaker, Dr. Awang Azman bin Awang Pawi from University of Malaya, Malaysia, which will discuss about the role of social sciences and humanities under COVID-19. This session will be moderated by Alamsyah Tawakal, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first keynote speaker and our moderator.
Check. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks, MC, give me the opportunity to handle this session, the first session. But before, I'll make pantun. Jalan-jalan ke Pulau Kuala Lumpur. Jangan lupa mampir ke Pulau Pinang. bila ada umur panjang, boleh jumpa Prof. Awang. Ladies and gentlemen, the rule of our session to this first keynote speaker during the presentation that you can chat your question through the chat box or ask directly after the presentation. The participants also can ask questions through YouTube. The session will be 40 minutes, started by 9:05 to 9:45, including question and answers. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Alam Shah as the moderator for this first session, and I will be very happy to read the experiences of our keynote speaker. A lecturer at the Department of Social Culture and Arts, Academy Malay Studies, University of Malaya, a researcher fellow at the Center for the Study of Democracy and Election Malaysia, UNMUL, besides being appointed as a distinguished scholar at the Pahang Sultan Abdullah Center for the Study History and Civilization. Field and study apply Malay studies. He has done a lot of research and became a consultant in the field of Malay social culture, heritage, literature, and politics. He also, his research on the Malay world covers Indonesia, Thailand, Brunei, Singapore, and Philippines. Visiting scholar at Leiden University, Netherlands, and Oriental Institute, Prague, Asia. Apart from being a conference member of UNMUL Journal and the World Journal of Malay Studies. He also an editorial member of the Malaysian Parliamentary Journal. Among his latest books are Identity Muhammad Haji Saleh and Budaya Politik Harian Sarawak, Press 2018. He also a columnist for Xinjiang Daily Newspaper, if I don't mistake, based on China. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Awang Asman bin Awang Pawi. Time and screen is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much for very beautiful, wonderful introductions. It's actually nothing fills me with more hopes than when I hear incredible young people like Dr. Alam Shah, one of the best PhD student by University Malaya, and all the outstanding works that your committee on behalf of the University Mulawaman for representing of this nation energy and its optimism and its idealisms. It make me very proud. Okay, distinguished guests, Director of University of Mulawaman, Vice Rectors, Deans, Executive Director of Project Management Unit of Islamic Development Bank, Project Implementation Unit, University of Mulawaman, ladies and gentlemen, to all academicians, committee who are here today, to the people of Indonesians, Malaysian, all of the tropical countries who are watching and listening across these vast nations. I bring the friendships and the greetings of the Malaysian people. On behalf of myself, thank you again so much for welcoming us to this webinar. I am so glad that I make it back to Indonesia, even though to this webinar. It has been a great honor to be the first keynote speaker in this session. Before I going further, I want to say that our thoughts and prayer are with all those Indonesian, Malaysian, and all in the tropical countries who are affected by the recent pandemic COVID-19, particularly those who have lost loved one and those who have been affected in terms of social and economic. I want you to know that as a Malaysian, we are neighbor, we always stand with Indonesia and all tropical countries in responding to this pandemic. And I know that the strength and the resilience, especially of the Indonesian people, will pull you through once more. Let me begin with a simple statement. Indonesia sentiasa berada di hati saya. I first came to this country more than 20 years ago. That's why Indonesia always in my heart. Okay. The topic of my presentations is actually the dimension of social sciences and humanities under COVID-19. We know that currently the world community is experiencing COVID-19, which has caused over 200 million cases worldwide and is the worst pandemic since the Second World War, and until now is not expected when this situation will come to end. No doubt that the world community will face this epidemic for a long time, Indeed, there has been effort by scientists to produce a vaccines against COVID-19. However, this production of vaccine is not enough because it needs to be followed by the social and cultural behavior of the community to truly curb this epidemic. Thus, the objective of the GIS or discussion is to emphasize the dimension of social sciences and humanities that need to be together at the forefront of studying and examining the problem of COVID-19 pandemics academically. As a human being, face issue of fear and anxiety about this epidemic, issue of distrust of agency, as cases become more alarming, job loss, family loss, life stress, domestic abuse, rise in divorce rates, increase in suicide cases, huge suicide and bankruptcy, and so on. All this require social sciences and humanities studies such as society studies, as Emil Durkheim studies, income gap studies, the impact of COVID-19 on the social and economic income gap study, the impact of COVID-19 on the social and economic of society. Similarly, there need to be the best strategy to carry out prevention, life adaptation campaign to build a new norms, persuasion, and various enlightenment to the society to understand this problem and way to overcome this from our social sciences and humanities aspect. This is where Malaysia experience in facing a pandemic will be used to explore the dimension of social sciences and humanities that can be utilized. This is my preliminary, the gist of my topics. And we know that currently the world community is expressing COVID-19 pandemic has caused more than 2 million cases worldwide. It is by far the worst pandemic in world history to hit the world since the Second World War. Although AIDS, HIV has caused 66 million deaths worldwide, COVID-19 is more difficult to control and continues to be the nightmare of the world community, claiming the life of innocent people. In the context of tropical countries in Southeast Asia, there are indications that COVID-19 also affects those countries. Out of more than 200 million COVID test cases, among 4 million, more than 4 million cases occurred in Indonesia and recorded then more than 100,000 deaths. And in Indonesia, currently, is the 13th largest country in the world in terms of COVID-19 cases. Malaysia is the ranking is, I think, 21st or 23rd in the world with 2 million cases and more than 20,000 deaths. Meanwhile, Philippines is the world, I think, 19th largest countries with the COVID-19 cases and recorded 2 million COVID cases and more than 36,000 deaths. And our neighbor also, Thailand, recorded more than 1 million cases and almost the 30th highest countries in the world in COVID cases. This is the latest statistic based on the middle of September. We can see that Singapore and Brunei, relatively small countries in Southeast Asia, that's why Singapore placed almost 120 in the world list in regard to the COVID cases and recorded small number of cases. Therefore, with this phenomena in this situation, this keynote discusses some of the impact of COVID in the context of Malaysia, in particular, which are changing the landscape of community life, not only in the world, but these tropical countries. I know that in the past, tropical studies often discuss aspects of germ, ecosystem, environmental engineering, ecological integrity, environmental issue, biodiversity mapping, natural and basic science in tropical studies, biomaterial, biotechnology, renewable technology, forestry, as per the theme of ITROPS 2017, with the themes such as marine biodiversity and evaluation, marine natural product, marine microbiology, coastal management, marine conservation, marine and fishery policy, coastal and ocean modeling and remote sensing. This is the focus of this conference. They also have very little about social sciences and humanities team, but they also have a discussion about smart city, urban planning, social engineering, and blue economy. And so with the chance given to me to present on this occasion, let me venture the aspect of humanitarian and social impact in Malaysia as a model to look at the issue that tropical countries that certainly has similarities with tropical countries in Southeast Asia, especially. It is here that I will emphasize the dimension of social sciences and humanities that need be looked at more closely to to fully understand this situation in order to able to see in a different viewpoint way of dealing and approaches to dealing with COVID-19. I am aware that the tendency of tropical studies lean more toward tropical ecology and in specialized advanced topics such as plant systematic tropical medicine and global health, conservation genetics, protected area management, agroecology, chemical laboratories. However, with this pandemic COVID-19, let us take this opportunity to see the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic toward developing countries. In the particular, the impact on the society in relevant to the country's social and economic problem. With this, it will lead the bringing the trend of multidiscipline between social and life science on tropical studies. Let me see in the Malaysia experience COVID-19. The first ever case of COVID-19 in Malaysia can be traced back to the 25th January 2020 when 3 Chinese nationals were discovered to have come into close contact with an infected person in Singapore. Just the day before they had originally entered Malaysia through Singapore, were brought in for treatment at Sungai Buloh Hospital, Selangor, Malaysia. 4 hospitals as well as screening center were respectively appointed in each state of Malaysia soon after the Ministry of Health formed standard guidelines in handling COVID-19. Just to name a few, Kuala Lumpur Hospital in Kuala Lumpur, Sungai Buloh Hospital in Selangor, Tunku Jaafar Hospital di Negeri Sembilan, Sultan Aminah Hospital in Johor Bahru, Miri Hospital in Sarawak, Tawa Hospital in Sabah. On the 4th February 2020, a 40-year-old man was confirmed to have COVID-19, making him the first Malaysian to contract the COVID-19 virus. His symptoms were the of a fever and cough developed right after returning from Singapore. The man was sent to quarantine at Sungai Buloh Hospital, Selangor, as in the first case. On that day as well, the first patient to have recovered from COVID-19 in Malaysia, and a 4-year-old Chinese national was discharged and permitted to return to China. She has quarantined since 25th January at Sultanah Malaya Hospital. So up until March 2020, there were cases of COVID-19 reported. It was small number compared the other countries. This changed after religious event was held in Sri Petaling, Kuala Lumpur, which cases rapidly grew, and just after a few weeks, Malaysia charted the highest number of COVID-19 cases in Southeast Asia. The mass gathering was held for days with 16,000 people attended, with 1,500 people come from outside Malaysia. As a result, it spread to other states in Malaysia as well as neighboring countries like Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, Philippines, and Vietnam. Within the local community, small number of cases were detected. The first positive COVID-19 case reported in Tutong, Brunei on March 9, 2020 came from 53-year-old man who are participated in the religious event with symptoms began to develop the March 7, 2020. Then the man was sent to the National Isolation Center in Tutong, Brunei to isolate and be treated. Then we see that the number of positive cases increased beyond 500 on March 2020, and the Prime Minister of Malaysia at that time announced that a movement control order, or MCO. social distancing was to be in place for 14 days to reduce the rapid spread of COVID-19. Since 18 March, the government restricted people from traveling to other states or COVID-19 affected area. Only one person from one family could leave to the home and go out to buy essential goods. On the middle of March, the Prime Minister of Malaysia finally announced a movement control order, MCO, after the number of positive cases escalated past more than 500 cases. To lessen the progression of COVID-19, restrictions such as social distancing were set for 14 days from 18 March to 31st March 2020. Not only that, the people also prohibited from crossing state, especially to non-COVID-19 affected areas. To top it off, only a single family member from one household was permitted to leave their home to purchase essential goods. Yesterday is I think is 11,000 cases. It's not American. Last week is more than 20,000 cases per day. It's very alarming. It's very dangerous to our society. So what is the impact pandemic in Malaysia? So we see that the economic situation as a social fact. Similar to countries in the rest of the world, Malaysia also been economically affected by this pandemic. The most notable was the decline in gross domestic product, GDP, gross domestic product, to negative 8.3% for the first half of 2020 following the COVID-19 pandemic. Really affecting the country economic growth. In fact, the negative impact of growth in 1990 is also expected to be almost the same in 2020. While it is true that this effect is temporary and expected to recover in next few years, nevertheless, the recovery period will be lengthy.
Remind
Yeah.
5 minutes more.
Oh, okay. 5 minutes. Okay. This also affect the tourism sector. Additionally, during enforcement PKP, cross-state was impermissible. This has severely affected the country tourism industry for the March 2020 to July 2021. The loss reached more than 45 billion ringgit Malaysia following the COVID pandemic. The cause of loss was due to the closure of state and national borders following the implementation of the movement control PKP, which was implemented by the government. The losses included a job dismissal and cancellation of book of tourism products such as hotel and travel package. As a result, since 2020, a total of the 120 hotels, the big hotel, have been closed permanently or temporarily. It giving rise to layoff, hotel closure, and related industries such as travel agency, transportation, and so on. We see that the small medium enterprises are affected. More than 7 million Malaysians will lose their job following the closure operation in the small medium enterprise sector due to movement control order or PKP. There are more than 500 businesses represent 49% of small and medium enterprise sector will affected. While the SME previously contributed almost 40% to the gross domestic. If the PKP is prolonged, it's assumed that every employee has 3 dependents. That means 20 million individuals will be affected by this situation. Let's see the job loss. All the transpired in economic sector has led to sudden job losses. based on the employment insurance system statistic released by Social Security or SOSCO, more than 100,000 individuals lost their job or were retrenched as a result of COVID-19 epidemic. This group in particular need ample aid and support. And bankruptcy is very, very alarming. When a business severely affected, its expenses lost and forced to shut down result in increase of debt. The ability to pay this debt lead to bankruptcy. And we see also the pandemic itself also deal immense amount of pressure and stress when bankruptcy or loss of job, and it tend to people and triggering a rise in suicide cases. A total of 600 suicides were reported in the countries between January and July this year, and increased 143%. Increased 143% over the same period last year. It is very concerning. The number is increased, and the divorce. The problem arose. The epidemic result in economic issue as well impacting society on psychological level, has also lead to increase in household cases. Divorce cases is reported is very increasing, and domestic abuse also. But the impact of the pandemic is also learning problem and work from home. When a university school were forced to close, the emerged a new norms in learning, namely online learning, teaching and learning methods. The classroom lecture are changing from traditional shape teaching in the classroom to virtual learning. As we this webinar, this is change that is not only happening in Malaysia but all over the world. No face-to-face classes are allowed, and student educator has to adjust the current situation. The current problem is the issue of the internet, which most students living in rural area and unable to obtain much less at satisfactory internet speed. At the same time, the cost of buying a computer or device among school students is very expensive, and they have to depend on their parent computer or their smartphone. Many parents cannot afford to provide suitable computer facilities to their children. Student internet data require a large amount of money to cover daily. The issue of internet speed also occur in this city, where too many people use the internet during the working day, causing the internet access to be slow. This I see the role of the dimension of social sciences and humanities. Let give me 5 more inject time. Sorry, the moderator. Give me 5 minutes. Okay, in terms of scientific action, we know that vaccine has been developed to fight COVID-19 from Pfizer, AstraZeneca to Sinovac, and many brands of vaccine have been introduced in the world and mass produced. However, vaccine production is not enough, as it needs to be followed by the social and cultural behavior of the community to deal with this epidemic. And this is where the role and dimension of social science need to be together at the forefront studies of examining on the problem of COVID pandemic academically. We know that the various effects discussed before caused the community to become very fearful and worried about this epidemic. Their fear and anxiety stem from deadly epidemic that can unexpectedly kill our loved one in the short time. With the Malaysia, more than 20,000 people have died due to COVID-19, and more than 2 million cases have reported. Concern also arose when the country economic activity were affected, and many economic operations has to downsize or shut down. The society, the costs income be affected, like I discussed before, lead to life stress, domestic abuse, rise in the divorce rate, increase of suicide cases, huge of bankruptcy, and so on. And the society also have to face new realities in this pandemic era, and this known as the new norm. However, not everyone can face this new norm as some are forced to encounter and overcome many obstacles in life. So this field of social sciences and humanity is important to promote the cultivation of a new culture or new norm so that people do not feel too stressed and can successfully adapt to the current epidemic. This is where the communication campaign need to be mobilized by the government so the people are better prepared to face this challenge and remain optimistic to move forward. This confidence can only be exercised to a massive campaign using the machinery of mainstream media and social media. The appropriate strategies need to be done so the people no longer feel panic and afraid to face this way. When the COVID-19 cases increased to 10,000 and even 10,000, there was mistrust of lack of confidence in agency and the government. So the task of the strategic communication is to restore the people trust in the government. This is the role of the field of communication, for example, in the social sciences that can aid government agencies in order to regain the people trust. The sociological studies, for example, on the phenomena of suicide and income inequality, the women studies in the rural for the impact of COVID-19 on human life need to be done immediately and thoroughly. The imbalance gap of the income of the middle class, working class, need to study in the national level, in the state level, with cooperation with the local university. So we can see the tourism center, for example, the cooperation of Ministry of Tourism, the private sector, expert and university to ensure the strategy to boost the country's tourism can be doubled. Aspect of planning, developing, management of tourism need to utilize aspect of creativity that involve element of art and aesthetic to attract tourism, not only the country but also abroad. The combination of creative technology, leveraging blockchain of technology, artificial intelligence, and various other innovation will further boost the tourism sector. Meaning, social sciences and humanities and technology discipline need to intertwine. This effort can be accompanied by aspects of infrastructure, development, security, as well as the theme and historical value that are the basis of tourism attraction. The other factors is the government assistance. A study of the impact of pandemic on workers, for example, is need to ensure that well-being for the people can be addressed. For example, the need for job search allowance for management is expanded, protection under SIP Act and other things. There also has job search allowance, early re-employment allowance, reduced income allowance, training allowance, free financial, and so on. This that's mean a lot of government support. We need a lot of government support in this thing. So we also the phenomena of suicide. You see, the role of psychology and sociology is important to ensure that aspect of depression can be addressed in terms of psychology, and interaction among the community is very strong and mutual understanding in dealing with COVID-19. The community need to be convinced that suicide incidents are social problem. It is a social problem caused by depression that each life lost is estimated 135 family members or friends will impacted emotionally, socially, economically. This will also cause shock, anger, guilty, symptom of depression or anxiety, and give a bad impression to those left behind as well. Meaning, mental health due to social factor can only occur as a result of excessive stress, loss of job, source of income, divorce, bankruptcy, separation from the support of family or friend. This is need to to the highlight the household crisis also. The role of society to ensure the interaction in society is always strong. There are no neglect or lack of love or attention in the face of pandemic. Initiatives such as the Happy Family campaign, building well-being that can ensure the integrity of the family strength, the perspectiveness of family member, the community member toward each other important, are very important. That means social support measures are amongst the mechanism to reduce the toll of stress faced by those directly affected by COVID-19 pandemic threat. And that means in the same time, the government has begun giving attention to growing psychology and mental crisis. So that means the last part is crossing discipline in the work from home environment, online learning.
I don't have an answer for that.
In the work from home environment, online and even online training is combination of internet platform technology. From here, we can see that the social sciences and humanities are the most important dimension to dynamical move.
Prof, 2 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you. Online can be done regardless of place and time. The same goes for buying and selling on virtual portals such as Shopee, Lazada, and various virtual business portals. Time can save. There's no need to go out with high risk, with a food panda and so on. At the same time, we can promote the mastery of basic information technology among the community's members. In this way, the new norm could strengthen the social sciences and humanities because fieldwork is now beginning to limit the alternate way to collect data such as focus group physically is now beginning to be replaced by Google Meet online as we practice now. And this new normative process changes aspect and system of the old methodology that have long had been practiced. This step has brought saving in terms of cost, but the effectiveness of the virtual focus group, for example, is yet to be proven effective, not has it failed. All in all, such as move can assure that the people, when faced with COVID-19, are able to continue move to achieve the industrial revolution 4.0. For my end remark or summary, learning based on the discussion, it was found that this dimension, social science and humanity dimension, has not fully explored and just given less place and position due the community. Most of them are still not ready to face situation of the COVID-19. So my the others is let me begin the last word, the last sentence. In this regarding of this, I want to emphasize that fact, figures, evidence, reasons, logic, and understanding of social sciences and humanities, these are good things. These are quality we want in social science and humanities. We want in people making policy. We want this fact, figures, evidence, reason, logic, and the understanding of social sciences and humanities. I repeat, these are good things. These are quality we want in people making policy to face COVID-19, not just for Malaysia, Indonesia, but also in tropical countries. With this, thank you, Mr. Dr. Alamsyah, the moderator. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the explanation. Okay, well, the first session, we are going to give the floor for the questions. Okay, I would like to read the first question from Mulawarma University, Sophia Lena. Okay, the question is, pandemic has caused a lot of crisis in the economic of the countries, including Malaysia. What is the strategy, the exit strategy of your country to overcome the condition? It is the first question from Sophia Lena.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your questions. There are the commitment from the government when they retrench or lost on the job. The government effort to list the list of the workers as a recipient of wage subsidy to the jobless. That one of the government efforts. There are also a lot of food basket, food basket for temporary to solve this contemporary temporary assistance to the people income. They give a food basket. They also give a subsidy. They also give a moratorium. Moratoriums in terms of bank. No need to pay for 6 months or 1 year for those who have a loan in the bank. But to increase the people income, for so far the government try to open the market, open the sectors and open the sector open the sector of the market. Before this, under pandemic, a lot of sector was closed. Now is gradually open from stages to stages. Okay. There also the policy of government is B40 and M40. B40 is the income below 4,000 Malaysia. A lot of subsidy to give to these categories in terms of money. They give cash. They bank in the bank. I think 500, 1,000. They give to the people's category B40. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. The response or the reply answer for the first question from Sophia Lena. And let's see the second question from Ruspina. I'd like to read a mention about increasing adaptation during this pandemic. When addressing the social adaptation, we cannot separate this with economic resilience. Are there best share experiences that you could share the example of the role of social research for this case?
Okay.
That's the question, bro.
Okay. Okay. I think I can reply it in terms of the tourism. I think I already discussed it before. The cooperation of Ministry Tourism, private sector and expert at the university to ensure that CCG to boost the country tourism industry doubles. We also have the role of social science research. We also cooperation between expert in university and the agency of government to come up the policies, the CCG to boost the tourism sector. That's why the combination of the creative technology come from the industry and university, like leveraging blockchain technology, artificial intelligence. It's also from university experts in Malaysia and various other innovation for other industry that can boost the tourism sector. That means it can be strengthen the economy resilience from the tourism sector. We use the artificial intelligence, we use blockchain technology, we use the combination of creative technology, art, technology, and the content of tourism to attract the tourists. We can see the Langkawi. I think the most popular after pandemic. The place the tourists come and it boosts the tourism at the Langkawi. We see that how the technology, how the campaign, the creative to attract the tourists to come to certain part in Malaysia. I think this is combination between art, technology to make sure tourism sector will recover. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for the answer. Let's pick up the second question, the third questions from Hardy, Warman University. Okay. How could COVID-19 pandemic affected higher education students' lives globally in Malaysia? And the second one is, how is the education system running and how are government programs there during the COVID pandemic related to education and economics?
Okay, let me share. Yeah, let me share about the higher education in Malaysia. For example, in Universiti Malaya, those in humanities, for example, social sciences and humanities, Islamic studies, law, they go to online classes. They have online classes. But for the courses like engineering, all the students from year 1, year 2, year 3, the 4th year student, they have to come. Because before this, they 3 semesters without the lab. How come they don't know the particularly aspect? They don't know the screw, for example. So the faculty engineering, the technical faculty, for example, in this October, it's compulsory for the student in engineering faculty, for example, to come to go for fully classes, hybrid classes. They did hybrid, maybe in one class, half online and half in the class, physical class. But in the lab class, they also they will go to the lab, but it very go through the SOP. Yeah. It depends to the faculties. And you know that in the Malaysia, I think they also happen in other country. I think in the private university, it's not good for private university under pandemic. I think a lot of problem in terms of financing, in terms of fees happen, and it will bring the issue. Maybe after this, they are to close the private university and otherwise. But so far, the government also give some support, for example, the subsidized and other else. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Prof, thank you for the answer. Okay, maybe before we close our session, I'd like to give the summary. Maybe because we have limited time, we can give the floor to other questioners or participants to ask the questions because of the time. Okay, well, we see the condition in the global condition at the moment is every single country has the same case and the same problem. And Malaysia in this case has also the same condition, and Prof. Awang has explained more detail about the condition and how the Malaysian government overcome the condition, and then I draw the conclusion that many ways that suffered by the Malaysian government. And then before we end, I would like to give Associate Professor Dr. Awang to give the closing statement. for our session. Okay, time and screen for you, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. That's all. Thank you for all for here and listening these sessions. Thank you. I think that's all.
Okay, well, this the end of our session, and I will give back the screen to the MC. Okay, clap hand to Associate Professor Dr. Awang Aswan Bing Awang Pawi. Okay, by saying Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, I give the screen back to MC.
Okay, thank you. The Honorable all the audiences, our next session will discuss about air quality management and sustainability challenges. This theme will be delivered by our second keynote speaker, Dr. Sutirat Kitipongvisis from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. This session will be moderated by Etik Sulistiawati Ningsih, PhD. For the keynote speaker and moderator, time is yours.
Hello everyone, welcome to this second session of 5th Isotrope Conference 2021. Very warm welcome. We have very interesting next keynote speaker. She is Assistant Professor Sutirat Kitipongvisis. Achan Sutirat is currently a lecturer in Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. She is also research fellow at Environmental Research Institute, Chulalongkorn University, and also director of Environment Development and Sustainability Program. She received PhD degree from University of Tokyo, Japan, master degree from ASEAN Institute of Technology, Thailand, and bachelor degree from Thammasat University, Thailand. Her research focuses are on environmental sustainability, climate change impact, and climate change mitigation, and natural resources management, and also greenhouse gases emission. She has published so many publications related to that focuses. You can further check it on Google Scholar. Achan Sutirat bring to you very interesting theme related to air quality management and sustainability challenges. Very warm welcome to this conference, Achan Sutirat. Sawadika, Achan.
Sawadika, yes. Can I start up right now, Dr. Etik?
Yes, Sawadika, Achan.
Yes. So I think I have to share my screen right now.
Yes, you can.
Did you see my screen?
Yes, Achan. So, before we start, Achan, there
Yes.
are a couple of announcements that I would like to participant to know. For participant, if you have a question you would like for speaker to address, please feel free to leave in the Q&A box, and we will do our best to respond to this. Any comment, any experience, and any touch are welcome. Please share it with us briefly and concisely. The best participant will be given a giveaway at the end of the session. So Achan, let's get started. Time is yours.
Okay, yes, good morning, and especially Dr. Ethic for your moderator and maybe introduce myself. Yeah, once again, nice to meet you all, professor, ladies and gentlemen, all students here. So once again, Suthirat Kittipongwiset from Research Institute, Environmental Research Institute, Chulalongkorn University, and am now the Director of the Environment, Development and Sustainability of Chulalongkorn University. I'm really pleased to be here to join my way of thinking and to join your days on your conference. The topic of my talk today is about the air pollution, air quality management in the sense of the sustainability. And for some part of my talk, I will touch a little bit on about the impact of the pandemic COVID-19, especially on the air pollution. So I will start up the for the next section with the terms of the transboundary air pollution. Once we talk about these terms, we also have to think about the pollution that can be easily spread from time to time, maybe over the borders of the city, over the borders of the country. So let's say, for example, in the Northeast Asia region, including Japan, China, and Korea. Maybe in some year, in sometimes I think you might look up at the sky and have the experience it with the yellow color at the sky as the yellow dust storm. And yeah, this is some kinds of the key example of the transboundary air pollution. And once we focus about the air pollution, as I let you know before, the problem, there is no boundary, there is no border. That means all big cities or modern cities have suffered from the air pollution. For example, I show you some photo here. There are too many cities in the USA, like in LA, in New York, California, or in Sydney, Australia, even the capital city. You can see in the bottom of the photo, show about the situation in the Bangkok, sometime in the Kingdom of Thailand. Here, this is some evidence. And last week, I tried to find out, once we scope down about the situation in our region, let's say that I got this information from the Greenpeace in 2018. They tried to mention and report about the list of the most polluted and the cleanest air. I can say that air quality in our region in Asia. So you can see in the left-hand side in your screen, we can say that the top three of the most polluted in terms of the air pollution in 2018, the top three were including Jakarta in Indonesia, the second is Hanoi, and the third one is Samut Sakhon in Thailand. Anyway, you can see in the first till 15, there are too many countries of Thailand also situated in this regional length. This is some kinds of the attention that we have to do something, that we have to think about the importance of the air pollution. This is the reason why I picked up air pollution as one of the key topic of my talk today. And yeah, I think for us professor or for the expert, you might have some ideas about the significant or importance of the air pollution. But for some students, I want to pick you up some example. Once we talk about air pollution, we also have to think about some key impact from the PM that stand for particulate matter. The size itself is very, very small. Let's say that if we compare with our one hair, human hair, the diameters of the human hair is about 50 to 70 microns. This is our human hair. But once we talk about PM 2.5, the particle itself is 2.5. That means one particle of PM 2.5 is less than our human one hair, about 20 times. This is the important that we have to think how deep or how far that PM2.5 can enter to our body once we breathe to our broad body. This is something that we have to keep in our mind. And once again, this is myself. I took this photo during almost 5 years back once I visit in Beijing in China. And I can say that this is quite a first time that I have experienced it with the air pollution out of country. Yeah, there was no touch in this photo, but anyway, it's quite difficult to see clear sky and something like that. I can say that this is my indeed first time that I faced with the problem. But yeah, this is in the year 2000 something. But once we back to Bangkok, this is myself once again in 2018 and in 2019. We can say that the topic of air pollution is quite new for the Bangkokian. We can say that the problem itself is not so new, but we suffer a lot from the air pollution during the last few years back. Let's say 2018 or 2019. Yeah, this is myself before the pandemic COVID-19. But Bangkokian, I think that people who are living in Bangkok try to protect ourselves from the PM2.5 during that particular time. Yeah, once again, this is our university. But in our city, maybe the situation seems to be more serious just in the winter season. Let's say end of the year, November, October, or December. Yeah, apart from that, the situation will be better and better. Yeah, this is the current situation. And yeah, once we talk about air pollution, we have to think about the potential sources of the problem. One is about the nature itself. But anyway, once we talk about the emission in the nature, let's say forest fire, let's say volcanic eruption, or the emission from the green plant, luckily the process of our nature system can somehow reduce or cope with the situation of the air pollution by the natural mechanism. But anyway, the most concern right now is about our man-made activities, about our anthropogenic activities. For example, urbanization, industrialization, the burning of fossil fuel, both from the factory and from the mobile sources like car. This is something that we have to keep in our mind. But in reality, sustainability of aspect, we have to deal with some kinds of the mixed problem. Let's say forest fire, when I talk this situation to my students, some of them mention about the source in the nature. Once again, repeat here. Some of them blame about our human activities that can increase the severities of the problem. Yeah, for sure, for the agricultural crop burning, we could not avoid that human activities can be the one contributor to the problem. Yeah, this is some kinds of the mixed problem caused by both nature itself and also together with our human man-made. The next section is about the situation in our city, my country. It's about the situation in Thailand. Here I show up you here. This is some kinds of the news from the nation. They mention about some kinds of the extremely unhealthy condition or situation in Bangkok air quality. And yeah, they report here the PM2.5 reached over 200 microgram per cubic meter of the air. So some of you may have some idea about what does it mean by 200 microgram per cubic meter. But if some of you have no idea, I want you to compare with this emission standard. This is some kinds of the domestic or the Thailand emission standard for PM2.5. And for the bottom is about the standard issued by the World Health Organization. Once again here, this is news mentioned about 200 something, right? But in the domestic standard, just about 25 for the annual mean. and 50 for 24-hour means. It seems that someday we have to stay with the PM 2.5 that exists than the domestic standard more than 3 or 2 times higher than the standard. This is something that we have to deal with this situation. And for the first is about the concentration of the PM 2.5. And for the second information that we have to know is about the index that sometimes we call air quality index. Sometimes we call air pollution index. And once again, here, this is the news, international news. They also report about the situation of the air quality index in my country. Yeah, the digit or the number that you see here is about 174. Is about 174 air quality index. Once again, if you don't have any idea, this is the meaning. Maybe, I'm sorry if you know this one already, but I want to just repeat you again in order to protect yourself. If we have to withstand with the problem of the air pollution, we have to know this information. Yeah, in Bangkok, this time detected 174 air quality index. This is the meaning. If you watch your phone or your internet web searching, and if you found that, okay, the air quality at your home or at your university is about 0 to 50, you can say that, okay, the weather today is so good. There is no leaks at all for everyone. But if you look at your phone, your application, and if the result show you above 50, I think this is the moderate air condition. But if your calculation of the air quality index above 100, especially above 150 or 200, this is some kinds of the unhealthy for sensitive group, for everyone. And yeah, supposed to be some kinds of the toxic if your estimation is above 300. This is something that we have to take good care and aware for this information. And yeah, once again, this is my small experiment because I am now conduct the research on the PM 2.5 in both indoor and also the ambient air quality. Yeah, this is maybe the building surround the our university, Chulalongkorn University. And yeah, I took the photo from my building, and yeah, you can see some kinds of the layer of the air, maybe some kinds of the brown color. This is the layer of the air in sometimes in some day. And you can see this is the more equipment. This is the machine, small machine, portable one that I try to take a look about the PM 2.5 in my building. So yeah, unfortunately, during the day of the measurement, I can detect about 70 microgram per cubic meter. That means, yeah, for sure, even in our home, in our building, the concentration of PM 2.5 seems to exceed the standard already. This is something that we have to be more beware. For the almost the last section of my talk, I think I can share you more information about some research, ongoing research on the impacts of the pandemic COVID-19 on the air pollution. Anyway, yeah, I try to review and I try to let you know. I put some kinds of the citation or the reference here. So if you want to go through in-depth more information, you can use this topic and you can find out more information in the website. Based on this information, the first paper, this research conducted in China, and for Ling Huang and their colleague, they try to compare about the situation of the PM 2.5 between the COVID-19 lockdown and the COVID-19 no lockdown period of time. Yeah, significantly, you can see the color of these two maps, right? For one map of the COVID-19 lockdown, you can see just only the green and also the orange color of the PM 2.5. That means the concentration of PM 2.5 maybe is like range between 30 to maybe 50, I can say. But once we compare with the no lockdown period of time, you may see orange color, you may see the red color. That means this color present about the high concentration of the PM 2.5. This is something that we can learn together from the study in China. And yeah, once again, in China, there are too many research in China try to take a look the impact of the COVID-19 on the PM 2.5. And yeah, once again, Guo Junhee and his team, they found that, yeah, I give you some kinds of the key research finding in the yellow box. We can say that during the short times lockdown policy, the AQI or the air quality index improved about 20%. And once we focus about PM 2.5, the situation seems to be improved by about 24%. This is some kinds of the short-term impact from the lockdown policy in China. Last but not least, this is some kinds of the evidence from to my country in Bangkok that De Chan Chai Wong and his team, they try to compare about the percentage of change of PM 2.5 in both 2019, the normal condition, and also 2020 during the lockdown period of time. You also can see here, I give you some idea that, for the PM 2.5 percentage, you can see percentage of change or the percentage of reduction is about 10 or 12% reduce of the reduction of PM 2.5 compared with the normal condition. Yeah, this is some kinds of the information on that. And maybe I think I will take just only 5 minutes for the last section of the SDGs related challenge on the air pollution. In my opinion, first of all, I have to say about the key challenge of the timing of the COVID-19. Even in our Thai society, even the domestic seminar, we also discuss a lot about how to change, how to keep the long-term change of the lifestyle, of the way of people thinking, of the communication platform, that we can stabilize the impact to the environment or the impact to the atmosphere, not just the short terms, but also we want to move to the long-term change in terms of the new normal situation. So maybe we found some positive impact of the COVID-19 for the environment, for the air pollution. But anyway, the big problem is that how to move that one into the long-term change. This is the key challenge so far. And for the second, I got this information from the Asian Post. In our country, we can say in our region, Southeast Asia, this news mentioned that a large or the majority of the population in our region, let's say Southeast Asia, they don't have any idea, they don't have any kinds of the proper information how to prepare for air pollution and even the concentration of the air that they breathe every day in their life. This is something that is a key challenge so far. And for the next part of my talk is about the linkage to the SDGs or sustainability. We can say that among 17 goals on SDG, once we talk about the climate change, cities, community, or the education, something like that, there is no specific headline on the air pollution. But anyway, there are too many goals, there are too many indicators. They try to link with the topic of air pollution. Let's say goal number 3 about the health well-being. Yeah, some indicator that want our global society. We want to control with the way to reduce the mortality rate of the air pollution, even as the death and also the illness in the global society. Yeah, this is some kinds of evidence in less developed world. Like here, this is their kitchen. This is the way that they cook their meal every day. So the World Health Organization, they said that the indoor air pollution is considered as the cause of death in the global scale, especially for poor people. Yeah, I skipped this one. But the World Health Organization, they try to report about the number of deaths from the indoor pollution at the global scale. Yeah, this is some ongoing situation. The big challenge is about the affordability. Yeah, once we ask everyone to use the modern energy like LPG, maybe for poor people, for the rural area, I think it's quite difficult for them to afford for these types of the high price of energy. So, but once we compare about the emission of the air pollution, we can say that the modern energy seems to be released just a few level of the pollution. And for goal 11 on the cities also indicate some kinds of the goals to reduce both PM 2.5 and PM 10 in the cities. This is some kinds of the direct mention. And for the last indirect mention, SDG some goals. Once again, SDG 11, they touch more about the way to improve transport system. Once we improve transport system, for sure we can reduce the amount of the pollution that released to the atmosphere as well. Yeah, even climate change. Yeah, we could not avoid the co-benefit of the climate change and air pollution. Yeah, this is something that we can learn so far from our SDG goals. Yeah, sorry, Dr. Ethic. This is my last slide of my talk. Yeah, once we talk about the air pollution management or air quality management, we have to think about integrated policy, economic tools, technology, perception of the people. That means the problem itself is so complex. But everyone in this society have to work together, have to find out the way together to reduce or to mitigate the impact of air pollution. Yeah, last but not least, this is the conclusion so far about the air pollution and sustainability or sustainable development. SD here is about the sustainability. So without the pandemic of the COVID-19, SDG itself, there is no the information or the specific goals on air pollution. But anyway, once we talk about air pollution or air quality, this is a body indirectly linked to the varieties of the goals or the target. So for my suggestion for the way forward, first of all, I think the national authority, local authority, I think we have to think about how to strengthen the enforcement or the policy for the air pollution protection. And the last one, both SDG goals and non-SDG goals, I think policymaker, even our local resident, we have to link how we can contribute on that goals in both non-SDGs and SDGs. So that's it. Sorry for my fast or my too many information on my presentation. And for the next, maybe I really happy to hear about your way of thinking or discussion for my presentation. Thank you about that.
Thank you very much for very on time and very touchful presentation, Ajahn. Now is the Q&A session. We have around 10 minutes left for Q&A. The first question is coming from Ibu Sophia Lena from Mula Warman University. The question is that what are the world policies regarding to the pollution? Is there any sanction or bring to the international court for a certain country that make pollution to another or other countries? How's the commitment regarding to the pollution rise up in the COP's international meeting? Maybe it is related to transboundary policies, Ajahn.
Thank you for a very good and very complex or very comprehensive question. So maybe I skip some slide of my talk because my talk itself is so long. Actually, in our regional or the global or the international collaboration, we have some kinds of the strong collaboration to deal with the topic of the air pollution in our region and in our global scale. But anyway, I don't think I can be the one to answer on the representative of the global scale. But anyway, once we talk about my country itself, ourselves, once we talk about the topic of air pollution, one of the weakness is about some kinds of the enforcement or the sanction, as you mentioned. We try to cope, we try to control about the source of emission, let's say from the factory, let's say from the vehicle or from our household. But one thing, we have to find out and collect information as much as possible about the source of the emission by using the models or something like that. I think our government, we have some kinds of the big database on about the actual cause of the PM 2.5 or air pollution. But for the policy intervention or for the enforcement mechanism, this is one thing. But maybe if I have some time, maybe I can share you more information, maybe directly about the tax system, about the regulatory system, even about the collaboration with another international network. So yeah, maybe so far we can learn from you, or we can change or share information together later on.
Okay, thank you, Ajahn. And the second question is coming from Pak Blego Sudionoto from Mula Warman University. The question is that, Ajahn, how to make classification for identification of resources of ambient air pollution from industries area, forest fire, and transportation air pollution, especially with PM 2.5 parameters?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ethic, and also the professor who asked the question. This is very interesting, and this question linked to the first answer that I gave to the first professor. So maybe one of the key challenge so far in our research and development in our country, we try to find out, we try to pinpoint about the actual cause of the PM 2.5 or other pollution in our city or in our country. Some of them, they use some kinds of mathematical models to understand about the impact of the wind speed or impact of the wind direction or some kinds of the rainfall pattern and so on. Maybe the first one, maybe we can use the mathematical model to understand about the pattern of the air movement or air direction in some particular area. Let's say if we want to point our research in Bangkok, we also have to find out and know about the wind direction, wind speed, or wind pattern around the Bangkok. So my first answer is about the models, mathematical model. And for the second, I think some research in our country, they collect the sample. We can say that the sample of PM 2.5. And after that, they bring that sample to analyze and to take a look about the composition of the PM 2.5 by using some kinds of the international method that we can follow on them. So maybe they will analyze maybe some kinds of the PAH They will analyze about the chemical attached from the particle of the PM2.5. And after that, they can use some kinds of the models and try to use some kinds of the literature review to find out some kinds of the potential sources of the air, the source of the air pollution. For example, in Pathum Thani area in my country, some area they have some kinds of the agricultural activities. So some key main source in my country. First is about car. The second is about factory. The third is about some kinds of the biomass burning or once we change crop, something like that. We can somehow confirm the composition of the PM2.5 that we analyze in the laboratory within the source of the potential sources of air pollution. Yeah, this is some technique. But I think I can send you some paper. Maybe I will send to Dr. Ethic, and I think she can share this paper to you if you are interested on that.
Thank you, Achan. The third question is coming from Mas Adnan from Mula Warman University. The question is quite similar with the second question, but it is also very technical. The question is that the ambient air quality relates to emission from fossil fuel as well. How about the air quality, particularly to NOx and
NOx and SOx.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I don't want to repeat it again. But anyway, maybe we can use some kinds of mathematic model, and also we try to analyze about the relationship between each pollutant, not just the PM2.5 or PM10, but maybe some research. My professor at Asian Institute of Technology, she is the expert on that. And she tried to focus not just the PM2.5, but anyway, this one is so technical. Maybe I can share you some paper if you are interested on that, especially for my professor published paper.
Yes, Achan, we have 5 minutes left. And from participant in the room, do you have any question? If you don't have, I myself have some question, especially about what the key challenges in terms of people behavior, people perception, and risk communication during normal situation, COVID situation, and new normal situation after COVID. I mean, what the key challenges facing by Thailand authorities to deal with air pollution?
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe I can respond your question almost the same with the first professor that he or she asked me about the first question. Once we talked about the key challenges on the communication or perception, and I think you remember about the Asian nation news, they mentioned about the key challenges about the perception of the air pollution in our Southeast Asian region is not so high. So even in our country, with or without the COVID-19, once we talk about air pollution, the situation is not along for the whole year. Maybe even you stay in Bangkok, right? We suffer a lot with air pollution just a few months, a few weeks. So maybe the challenge is that how to raise awareness to protect air pollution in the long run. We can say that once air pollution comes, people seems to be more alert, more active, more try to protect themselves just in the short terms of the time period. But after that, we can say in the meanwhile that people they focus more about any news like flooding right now, even like the COVID-19 right now. So maybe we have to perceive about the risk that we have in terms of the concentration of the PM2.5, the AQI or the air quality index, as I let you know. So with or without COVID-19, air pollution stay with us. But the most important thing, we have to know how important, how dangerous, or how we can protect ourselves. This is something. And maybe the second challenge is about the policy implementation or enforcement, even the linkage, not just the domestic, but also the international agreement, as the first professor mentioned, should be one of the mechanisms that can link to the sustainable air pollution, even once again with or without the COVID-19. For the last minute, Dr. Ethic, maybe my presentation showed that the short-term COVID-19 can reduce about 10 to maybe 15% of the PM 2.5 concentration in my country, 10 to 20%. But anyway, this is really good news. But we don't want COVID to stay with us for the long run. Maybe we have to maybe protect ourselves, keep the good habit after the COVID gone. This it should be some kinds of the good conclusion so far. And yeah, once again, thank you for our professor to ask me the question.
Thank you very much, Achan, for a very good suggestion. So on behalf of ICTROP Committee and Mula Warman University, I would like to thank to Achan Sutirat for this very touchful discussion and answering the question that come in. So once again, thank you very much to attend this session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you once again, organizer, for inviting me to be here.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you. Before we continue to the next session, I would like to remind you to stay logged in until the end of this conference because we have prizes for 6 best participants. For the third keynote speaker session will be delivered by Professor Yoshisuke Kumano from Shizuoka University, Japan. The theme for this third session is STEAM for SDGs, Great Needs on the Collaboration, Theory and Practices from Japan. This third keynote speaker, which will be moderated by Nurul Fitria Sulaiman, PhD.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For this session, I will be the moderator. My name is Nurul Fitria Sulaiman. I am a lecturer in Physics Education Department, Mula Warman University. Good morning, Kumano Sensei. Can you hear my voice clearly?
More time. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear your voice very clearly. Go ahead.
Okay, I will try to introduce you a little bit and then we can start. Professor Yoshisuke Kumano is my former supervisor in Shizuoka University. He received his PhD in University of Iowa in Science Education, Master degree in University of Tsukuba, Science Education, and Governmental Exchange Program in Geology from Macalester College, US, and a bachelor degree from Miyagi University of Education in Geology. His former position is Emeritus Professor in Shizuoka University, And from 2005 to 2021, he is Professor of Science Education, Graduate School of Science and Technology in PhD program, Informatics section, Graduate School of Education, Faculty of Education, Shizuoka University. He is an active researcher and in professional activities, mostly served as president and vice president in East Asian Association for Science Education. And his recent research could be seen clearly probably in his Google Scholar account. This is some list of his recent publication with his team. Sensei, you will have a 40-minute session, around 30 minutes speech, and then 10 minutes question and answer. For all of the participants, you may write down your question or comments to Professor Kumano on the chat box, and we will try to read and address the question to Professor Kumano. Sensei, good morning again, and then you may try to share your screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I try to share my screen. Okay, how about, can you see everybody?
We are still waiting a little bit, maybe. Okay.
A little bit?
Okay. Now it's there.
It's there? Okay. So, may I start now?
Yeah, you may start whenever you're ready. Thank you, Sensei.
Okay.
Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So at first, well, good morning, everybody. This is a great honor for me to have a presentation about STEAM for SDGs. So now I'm going to speak about focusing on environmental education, science education, and then that I think many people listen to STEM or STEAM as a kind of educational policy system. And then that I'd like to share with what's going on in Shizuoka. And then that I hope you will find out some important suggestions which I'm going to tell. And then I'd like to show you some interesting learning material too. Maybe starting from learning materials, maybe. With Kyoto University and I have been working together about interesting learning material for STEM or STEAM, and also environmental kind of education. But in these days, people start saying SDGs, okay? So I'd like to show you a little bit different perspectives. I'd like to share with my, let me see, internet system, because everybody can go to internet system, maybe maybe here. Maybe I'd like to share with this. So let me do it again. That computer, okay, sharing system. Yeah, here we go. I'd like to share with this that because this is free of charge learning material, and then everybody come to this kind of stuff. Well, this is interesting story. This is the October the 2nd. Well, Japanese government tried to, maybe somebody in this session who attended CMIAO 2 years ago, maybe, at the Yogyakarta area, maybe you saw this. However, most of them I think some professors and teachers in science education. This is, you can see that one of the typhoon, hitting to Japan, but fortunately that big, west wind, there is a so-called jet streams getting down toward to the south, then that the typhoon, we are predicting that this typhoon maybe hit to mainland Japan so heavily. We are prepared to protect ourselves, you know. This is one of the SDGs kind of issues because, you know, typhoon, the way, how the typhoon moving, which way, you know, we can pretty much, we can predict, but we cannot prevent that powerful natural phenomena, okay? In Indonesia, you have a lot of similar stuff, you know? But as you see, if you point it out, my computer, if this cursors, if you move down to like that, Indonesia, you can see what's going on the same day, same time. You know, this is the global system that we are using, getting big data from the satellite. Now, we have to think about, we need a satellite, we need a, you know, collaboration between many countries, United States, Japan, and then let's say European countries, Russia, mainland China people. We will help each other to collect the data and develop this kind of big data for, well, mainly this is the purpose is for education. SDGs, that's a good idea, but we need a reality. What is the evidence of, you know, what's going on the surface of the earth? We developed mainly, we have about more than 150 data like that. And the important things is that the sensors, lots of engineering people develop good sensors. We hook together to the satellite, we, you know, bring to the space, and then that satellite with very, you know, high quality sensors watching the Earth. The purpose of this kind of sensors is to collect the big data to understand what's going on the surface of the Earth. So this is a very interesting story, and then we can see many continents, many islands, you know, and then that what's going on. I mean, we have a very tropical rainforest you were living in Indonesia, and then that why you have a tropical rain, you know, those kind of things we need to carefully understand what's going on. And then because of the global weather change, we needed to find it out why we have the average of the surface of the Earth is getting higher, 2.5 centigrade. You know, what's going on if the average going up 2.5 centigrade? It's going to be enormous problems, issues for the human being anyway. So we need to struggle with the carbon dioxide, not only carbon dioxide, but we have to think about evaporation system. I mean, the water vapor stuff, you know, those things is the, we should understand what's going on. So please use, this is free of charge. If you go to this homepage like that, homepage is here, Dagicars. If you put into Dagicars, D-A-G-I-K-E-A-R-T-H, and then please choose English here. You can see 100 different items. It's ready for the elementary, middle school, high school, university. You know, please use this, and then it is very interesting to use this for your SDGs education, science education, whatever it is. But I'm talking about STEM or STEAM education is very important. Why? Okay, for innovation. I will stop and then I will come back to my slides soon. Okay. Okay, my slides is here. Okay, now, go back to the starting point. STEAM or STEM for SDGs. Great needs on the collaboration, theory and practice from Japan. But lots of data from the United States. Because I learned a lot of things from University of Iowa. Still, we are connected. University of Minnesota, we are connecting still. So, my mentor, I was a mentor for Dr. Nuru. I enjoyed to, discuss with her, and she developed a wonderful paper, wonderful dissertation. And congratulations on your finishing dissertation. And for me, my mentor was Professor Robert Yeager, 1930 to 2019. He mentioned at forward in his book, he wrote so many books. He wrote more than maybe 400 paper. I'm just close, 1/4 of his. I finished writing my paper maybe up to 90, maybe getting close to 90. I try to catch up him anyway. He said, exemplary STEM program designed for success. NSTA Press, 2014. Next page, you can see exemplary STEM programs designed for success. I believe this book is very interesting and one of the very important books from the U.S. If you want to conduct STEM or SDGs. Right before he passed away, he's writing papers and educating many people, unbelievable person. He has many Asian, PhD candidate during his job at University of Iowa. I'm one of them. But he had many important message there. He said, the man-made world was a focus on engineering as identifying one aspect of the STEM acronym, but it resulted with little success in many schools. So he is collecting a many great success through STEM. Used to be, he said, STS, science and technology in the context of society. Okay. Now everybody says STEM, STEM. In Japan, Japanese government decided our acronym STEAM instead of STEM. What is A put? Why we put A into STEM? Well, it's coming down later, but it must include evidence for successes with student learning. However, it is college student. However, it is high school student. However, it is middle school student. Theory is good, okay? Most of the time, many people say good theory. But have you done your good practice, okay? So this is important things. We all need to have a real understanding of science itself. Yes, STEM or STEM, I think we need to encourage every student to be a wonderful scientist, wonderful engineers. At the same time, we need a very wonderful science teacher at the college level, high school level, whatever it is in elementary school level. Why is that? So today's story is connected with that. So Professor Yeager educated so many PhD candidate for the world. And then he provided us wonderful energy to keep going our research and practice. All right. So next, I'm sorry, this is some languages in Japanese. I'm sorry. Maybe Nuru can lead it. Well, Japanese government, 2016, because of the great change of the world, Japanese government getting more serious. That started from, I pointed out, 2016. We are behind the United States, behind the United Kingdom, maybe behind the Australia, New Zealand. But it is good to find it out myself that our government getting more serious. Our society in the world, in the globe, on the globe, we are moving toward to society 5.0. Okay, 5.0. What is society 5.0? So that is that. Well, some detail coming down later. We identify great change will coming down pretty soon. We have to well prepared toward to that society. Well, but we are not sure what kind of new technology coming down more. I said new technology, not new engineering. Engineering is a field of study. Science also a field of study. Technology is the kind of product by the wisdom of science and engineering. Okay, so in the United States, in the NGSS, it's coming down later, maybe. That is the story that United States identified technology is important, and then pretty soon great changes of technology coming down, including DX, digital transformation. Not only DX, also many things coming down. Then we have to change our life. The way of living going to be changed. That is the starting point of Society 5.0. Okay, mainly we are talking about digital transformation, DX, maybe the major great changes, source of great changes for the new life of new way of living. Okay, but at the same time, let us find any issues in SDGs. Air pollutions, we had been listening to air pollution. It's one of the great issues for the human being, yes. But I'd like to focus on, deterioration. What is the deterioration? And which is connected with global weather change, yes. Conservation of our oceans, okay. Weather, oceans connected each other. Lands, yes. Our islands, Indonesia, you have more than 1,000 islands. Japan also, we are very similar in terms of islands, surrounded by the oceans, okay? But deterioration, okay. Next, all right. Maybe I will make it a little bit bigger. SDGs is connected with deterioration. Deterioration means decline in quality. Okay, the quality declining. So that is connected with human being. Our life might have a trouble because of the deterioration, quality going down. We need a high quality of oxygen. Okay, we are breathing, CO2 coming out. Yes, we are living. All of the animals, same. Okay, so global weather change is the field of science. What is that? So-called meteorology. Okay, one of the Nobel Prize today, Professor Manabe, is a Japanese American. He graduated from Tokyo University. He got a Nobel Prize yesterday. It's a big hit now in Japan. But I will say, his area of study is meteorology. Okay, but meteorology, oceanography, geology, geography, everything connected each other. And in human being, we define meteorology, oceanography, geology, geography. Okay, that's a human being. We put a terminology on it. But the nature itself connected each other. So that is a global system. Okay, so you need to learn many things: physics, chemistry, biology, everything connected each other. All right. So the SDGs, this is the number 13, number 14, number 15. All right. So what is STEM or STEAM connected with SDGs? Yes, of course. Okay. Decline in quality. Questions needed. Could you put one more things that could decline in qualities of our environment? Well, I put these arrows here, but of course we have deterioration in every area of living. I will point it out several things today. I don't have much time, but human-made productions such as plastics. Okay, I will pick up some plastics today. Population expansion. Yes, Indonesia. I was working for JICA, Japanese government agency, to help Indonesia. I was working for that organization more than, let's say, 10 years. I was one of the specialists to encourage university professors to how to educate science. Okay, UPI, Malang, Yogyakarta, I visited many times, right? But Indonesia population expansion, although Japan is decreasing. Korea decreasing, Taiwan decreasing, and mainland China may be decreasing pretty soon. Okay, a model, population model, that is important. Okay, because depends on the population. Amount of energy may be connected with that. Amount of food connected with that. Amount of water connected with that. Okay, global changes of hot and cold. Yes, this is Professor Manabe find it out. 1960s. That's great. But many, scientists was wonder, is that getting hot? Is that getting colder? So that is, actually, that is not an issue. I mean, we may, that we may be, that is colder and hotter both, okay? So many people start saying global weather change, not only global warming, but some parts of the earth. There are some parts which is the coldest temperature they developed, okay, in the southern hemisphere. But anyway, many people say problem of carbon dioxide, density is growing, yes. Changes of ecosystems, yes, Japan looks like getting more tropical, Japan itself. And then activities of a human being, maybe one of the great causes of the density of carbon dioxide, all right? So those kind of way of thinking, I think we need a big data. Is this true or not? Like Professor Manabe said, we had a kind of communication with the WWW conference, Worldwide Learning. The Japanese government started, developing special project, so-called Worldwide Learning among the high schools, and then invite a specialist and then communicate with us and then let the student develop project-based learning. Actually, that is a part of STEAM. Actually, we gradually understanding that activities are a part of STEAM, all right? So Mishima Kita High School students communicate with the University of Minnesota people, communicate with Shizuoka people, and then let them find some issues, starting from issues. That is STEAM, okay? And then one of the group of students, I think they had a high communication with the high school from Thailand too, okay? Each group developed certain issues or problems, and then they will discuss each other for several months, and they had a speech, presentation about, this group is about, let's say, try to find, designing the better ways to collect PET bottles, yes. The issues is PET bottles. PET bottles, when I wrote here, chemical reactions could develop materials. We, the human being, we develop PET bottles using chemical reactions. But PET bottles can stay for a longer and become problems, all right? Because when the PET bottles and plastics come down to oceans, they didn't go back to the nature so quickly. They need a long time. Then it become a big problems. That is so-called microplastics, okay? Definition of microplastics. This is I'm talking about, let us try to find the big issues. This is the part of learning, okay? If the student or university student, whatever, we try to educate them. So many different subject, okay? Oceanography, meteorology, We provide them traditional way of teaching, okay? Students listen to them, but STEAM or STEM is opposite. Let them find their issues first. So microplastics getting more big problems. And in the United States, England and India, some of the, is this Thailand? Some of the advanced country, they develop a law, 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 prevent from microplastics. Microplastics are the fragment of any types of plastic less than 5 millimeter, small one. There's a 0.01 millimeter or maybe much smaller than that. if become much smaller, then that's going to be a huge problem. It was started now in length. According to the United States, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, and the European Chemicals Agency, they develop a law. What is that? Well, you have to develop pet bottles, which is very, doesn't produce any microplastics, because in the guts of the fishes and in a small creatures, they are eating microplastics in their stomach, okay? And then this is the ecosystem. So whales or big fishes, they are getting more microplastic in their body. How about human being? Final ecosystem is the top of the ecosystem is a human being. So it is problematic itself. We need a law, LAW, in all over the country. Japan, I'm sorry, we are not making laws yet, but you need to eat better to develop laws that we prevent the plastics which produce microplastics as soon as possible, because it will be a great dangerous story maybe coming out. So far, no problems for the human being. If microplastic getting smaller, it will go up to the air. And then the scientists already find that in the water from the mountain, they include microplastic already. How could you struggle with this problem? Okay, time is not much. The second groups at the Mishima Kida High School, they are talking about the biomimicry. Well, they found that lotus, the surface of the lotus leaf, you can see a beautiful water. And then they can, collect the water so well. But if you take a look at the microscope, that at surface of the lotus is, the structure is like that. And then the same story, pet bottles, surface, inside the surface, outside the surface, need a special treatment, prevent, not to become microplastic. I mean, microplastic will be coming down to our body from if you use, many times the plastics, it is a possibility that you can take a microplastic in your body. I have another 10 minutes. So actually, glass bottles or stainless bottles are the most safe. Well, they may be. We have another product which produced so far, which may be harmful for the human being in the future. Okay, so this is another students. They try to find the solutions. Okay, in a STEM or STEAM activity, you need to find a solution. During the activity, you have to study many different areas of study, science. You need to communicate with the specialist. And then these groups are finding out biodiversity concept, need to, snorkeling business. Then they did that. This is from Taiwan people, high school student. And then already they're doing. This is kind of win-win game. They, because of these actions, that area getting more clearer, the oceans, and then that corals getting better and better year by year. Biodiversity is another very important concept in the SDGs. Okay, so now, in order to be an interesting high school, this is high school and universities. Maybe this is a time for university, high school, whatever. We need to develop a different story. That is SDGs, we need to find out many issues, and then we let the college student find some solutions. And then specialists will help each other. So the curriculum of the university totally should change, all right? What is the direction which we need to change? That is a collaboration with graduate students, with the undergraduate, collaboration with local companies or local medias, collaboration with local policy setting or Board of Education for PBL, project-based learning, partnership with local NPO, NGO, okay? Those things needed for the new curriculums for the university high schools. Not yet. Also, I'd like to point it out, 7 minutes, that not many people talking about CCD. What is CCD? Well, carbonate compensation depths. Well, this is funded by the, I think, around the 1960s. Great fund was, when you submarine, if you go down the oceans about 3,000 meters down, there is a funny, milky, white liquid is all over the world you can find. But they are so-called calcium carbonate stuff, whereas, not the deposition, but still in that liquid styles. CCD, meaning carbonate compensation depths, is that starting depths of that calcium carbonate liquid, existed under the oceans. So many amount of CO2, the calcium carbonate is staying there. Why is that? Because all over the world, of the surface of the oceans, there is a creatures, so-called that one-cell creatures. Their body is the calcium carbonate. When they died, they are growing down to the depths of the CCD area. Okay, so we found that scientists found 30% of the carbon dioxide were controlled by those area itself. Not many people talking about this, so I'd like to show you. Maybe we should think about that. So foraminifera, well, this is, I don't know how many people understand this, but foraminifera is the creatures, one-cell creatures. The body is the calcium carbonate. If the ocean is clear, they survive well. They swallow CO2, and then after they die, they are coming down. So the Earth itself, they are controlling carbon dioxide. However, human being producing much more carbon dioxide in our activities, all right? So this is some issues coming up. What kinds of global society are we going to have in the near future? Japanese government starts saying the idea of society 5.0, okay? Go back to society 5.0. Characteristic of society 5.0 is, as at this moment of the world, we say high density communication system, higher and then smaller, easier system is coming down, 5G, 6G coming down. Then many changes coming up. Where are their big data? Your cell phone data, satellite data, artificial intelligence, most of the routine job will be replaced by AI system, all right? Accordingly, lifestyle will be totally changed to the new lifestyle. Education system should be changed to education for the new innovation. So that is STEM education or STEAM learning system for SDGs. 22nd century skills, we gradually identify 21st century skills. But 100 years later, maybe 50 years later, we might say that 22nd century skills for student. Okay, we don't know yet. Okay, so we see STEM education as one of the very sophisticated model for the next generation with the 21st century skills. For the next generation skills is very important. Time is coming down very quickly, and then planning committee on exploring other intersection of science education and the development 21st century skills in the United States. They discussed. They are, at first they pick up 5 21st century skills: adaptability, complex communication, and social skills. non-routine problem solving, self-management and self-development, and system thinking, plus programming or coding skills. Or number 6, all of the 6 21st century skills needed put into STEM or STEAM education. Okay. For example, our skilled problem solver uses expert thinking to examine a broad span of information, recognize patterns, and narrow the information to reach a diagnosis of the problem. So starting from good problems, starting from good issues. So the research should start from there, all right? So maybe I will jump a little bit. The United States developed new way of let's say STEM education, which is three-dimensional learning. Next generation science standard, the component of that is here. So this is open to the public, so everybody should understand what they are thinking about it. Then state science standard totally changing now. So we are looking at how the University of Minnesota connected with that Minnesota state standard, how do they change into their state standard, science standard, which is very interesting. They included engineering into the science. Why is that? Okay. And then in order to develop good innovation, we need to identify technology, engineering, application of science as the part of science education. So even in the university level, all right? New findings in the state of Minnesota. Well, I found many interesting story there. And then I try to adapt to my program, all right? So in order to develop a good innovation, we believe that we need a Shizuoka STEM Academy, because lots of modeling. We need to, ask the student get together with the governmental budget. We got a budget 2018 to 2023. Time is almost up. And then we conduct using NGSS or some Japanese model. And then this is the 4th year of this project. And then this is the structure. And then we communicate with the university specialist and the elementary 5th grade, 6th grade, middle school student in our case. Get together. Okay, so,
Sensei, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, this is the time. Finally, I'd like to conclude. Maybe some questions coming out. These are the pictures, and then we got a great research by the student. Well, I couldn't tell about the Shizuoka City SDGs activities. However, my conclusion, in order to join the fourth innovation in science and technology, what kind of efforts and innovation will be needed for the science, technology, engineering, and the mathematics education? What will be the 22nd century skills? Yes, I said, how schools are needed to change in terms of the society 5.0. And then if we needed to invite 5.0 society into STEM, then we can say, maybe, our government already decided STEAM, but my recommendation is STEAM, or another terminology needed or not. And then we need international research teams and the funding for the new production of the Asian STEM standard for the coming future. It is, if you have hopefully some question about Shizuoka City government, we are starting a new action kind of educational policy for SDGs. All right. So thank you very much for listening. Time for the questions. Dr. Nuru.
Thank you, Sensei, for a wonderful presentation. I will try to summarize a little bit because some of our audience not comes from science education background, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So what Professor Kumano do in his research group is we are trying to put more component in science education. So like the technology component, engineering component, and then through some pilot project in a formal school like Misi Makita High School, or through informal activities like
Yes,
Siloka
yes.
STEM Academies. We are
Yes.
trying to do that to the elementary school student, junior high school student, and high school student. And Professor Kumano show a little bit of the result of the student. So it is really important to bridge what we want to the future society with how we educate our student in, especially in science education situation. So maybe that's my summary, Sensei.
Okay, thank you very much.
I read some question in the chat box. So the first one is from Ibu. Okay, maybe this is interesting, from Lely, Sensei.
Okay,
So
very
from
go
Dr.
ahead.
Lely,
One of my students,
yeah.
former student.
I think she's still in Japan. So how to implement STEAM education and SDGs through project-based learning during the COVID pandemic situation?
Oh.
Probably like, is it STEM Academy, Shizuoka STEM Academy still run
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
way before the pandemic, or how you adapt with this situation?
Okay. Hello, Dr. Lely. How are you? I'm happy to have your questions. Yeah. Yes, during the, COVID-19, we bought many Zoom. We bought a license to use Wi-Fi system, and then Zoom, university buying the Zoom system, and then that we are now using Zoom system and then communicating with each of the students in these days. But in these days, Japanese government and then the universities also let us start using university facility, so students get together. But there are some parents doesn't want to get together, so we have a kind of mixed system, Zoom system at the same time at the lecture room. So we have been struggling with that, but many students conduct wonderful research in many issues, and then maybe all Japan competition they might get a prize for their research this year too. Thank you.
The second question, we got a question from Dr. Sutirat, the keynote speaker before your session. What are the key strategies to support and foster students' ability to learn new things? For example, in her case is emerging pollutants, air pollutants, and how student can do that by his or herself in everyday life, or based on integrated discipline, both STEM, art, and science education.
Good question. Yeah, good questions. Yes, our system is that in the morning we have STEM activities. You know, sometimes programming, sometimes listening to the innovators using science and engineering. But in the afternoon session is the coaching system, and then each student have a coach who are the former director of Science Museum, Children's Science Museum. They are communicating, and then we have a guide for them, encourage them to study. We let the student finding out some weakness of their research. Sometimes or many times we invite university specialists in that issues, and then let to visit their studies at the university level, and then get interesting discussions there. So this is the kind of coaching system. At the same time, we let them understand the interdisciplinary way of thinking in science and technology. STEM area. try to explain the importance of those way of thinking, you know. So pretty much students can follow that, and then they will choose their university in their future in that area. Shizuoka University have another system which is for high school students, and then some of them can get into that high school system. It has more kind of getting into a deep area of science, physics, chemistry, biology, whatever, environmental science. Some of them psychology, brain science. Those kind of things will be available for the student. So we have about 80 students this year. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Sensei. So the way Kumano Sensei do that, I guess, is to make a pilot project for the student with a specific theme. For example, air pollutant in the morning, and then in the afternoon session, the student can continue with their own research about
that
or
exactly
about another issue. So that's the way of Professor Kumano do that in Japan. And sometimes you also invite professional scientists or professional engineers to come and talk to the student directly. So they have experience from the scientist or the engineer. Okay, Sensei, and this is the third question, probably the last, from Safira. How do we, as science education students, contribute to environmental protection? And how do we, as a prospective teacher, raise our future students' environmental awareness through our lessons?
Oh, well, this is, we don't do, every student should, have a big issues or questions, about SDGs. I mean, but a lot of students in these days, they choose environmental issues. For example, some students really interested in bird, okay? And then they realize that migrative bird is changing. The diversity is changing. Why is that? And then they gradually find that because of the global warming, maybe causes the diversity is changing. Okay, now they realize the importance of SDGs. Well, in that way, so everything is connected each other. So systems thinking is that is the major focus of our Shizuoka STEM Academy. So we don't educate as it is. I mean, this is the SDGs. We don't educate, but gradually they are understand the importance of SDGs. Maybe this is not the answer, but lecturing system doesn't work. Okay, so opposite way we try to do.
Okay, thank you, Sensei. This is the end of our session. Would you say something as a closing remark, Sensei?
Well, today I don't know not exactly the audience. I'm sorry, Dr. Nulu.
Yes,
so maybe I hope my talking was let's say 70%, but I hope you will learn something. And then my handout, PowerPoint will be handed to Dr. Nulu. So if you have, take a look at that, and then please give me the questions to my my email address, whatever you want. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Sensei.
Yeah, terima kasih. Yeah.
Sama-sama. And for all of the audience, this is the end of the third session, and then the next session will start a few minutes later. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up for our next first plenary session will be delivered by our two invited speakers. The first one is Tubagus Bahtiar Rusbana, PhD, from Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa University, Indonesia. And the second is Roni Isnuwardana, PhD, from Mulawarman University, Indonesia. This first plenary session will be moderated by Ritbe Ruga, PhD.
さあ、食事だ。
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony, for giving me opportunity to handle this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm still morning. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. I'm Rit Beruga, who will be moderator of this session. This session, we are going to have two invited speakers who are awardees of overseas degree training scholarship, as well as representatives from universities consortium under 4-in-1 project Islamic Development Bank. And in this session, first speaker will deliver presentation in 15 minutes and continue to the discussion session. And after that, we are going to listen the presentation from the second speaker. But before, I would like to inform to all participants who would like to deliver questions to the speaker, please kindly write down your question on chat box. And on YouTube, you can also drop your question there. And please don't forget to mention your name and institution. Or you can also directly deliver questions to the speaker after the presentation. Well, let me introduce a little bit about our first invited speaker. The first speaker is Tubagus Bahtiar Rusbana, who currently lectures at Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa University. He graduated from IPB University in 2003 for the bachelor and gained his master degree at the same university in 2009. And then he postdoctoral degree at Tohoku University, Japan, and finished in 2020. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly join with me to welcome our first invited speaker from Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa University, Tubagus Bahtiar Rusbana, PhD, in the topic of study of vitamin K on brain aging behavioral aspect. Tubagus Bahtiar Rusbana, PhD, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Risby. Could you hear my voice? Do you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So now I will share my presentation. Okay. I hope it's clear. Okay, thank you very much. So, first time I would like to say thank you for the committee. It is my great honor to attend this international seminar, international conference on tropical studies and its application. My name is Tubagus Bahtiar Rusbana. My field of study is food function and health. So on this talk, I will present a research study on vitamin K on brain aging, and I will talk about the behavior aspect in this term. So as you know, vitamin K is mainly found in plant-based leaf green vegetable, and then and we also know that vitamin K mainly known for its important role in blood clotting, which has helped to prevent excessive bleeding. As the essential nutrition, so vitamin K should get from in our body from the dietary as the phylloquinone or vitamin K1. So vitamin K1 is a source of tissues menaquinone 4, and this phylloquinone will convert to MK4 into our tissue. And then supplementation with phylloquinone increase the concentration of menaquinone 4 as the predominant vitamin K in the brain. So mainly about 98% vitamin K in our brain is MK4. And recently, there are studies found a direct correlation between low vitamin K dietary intake and also vitamin K serum concentration with the deteriorated cognitive and behavioral performance among older adults. So this is the interesting background because as long as our live, the vitamin K concentration in our body, especially in the brain, it will be decreased. So we want to evaluate how vitamin K work in our brain. In our laboratory, we found that MK4, the vitamin K in our tissue, could stimulate testosterone production in rats and in the derived tumor cell via activation of protein kinase A and CAMP receptor element binding protein or CREB. So this mechanism is similar in the brain. The activation of PKA and CAMP responsive element binding protein in brain can induce the BDNF or brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Here, the pathway. So when CAMP and PKA pathway is activated, so the CREB will be activated also and induce the production of BDNF, which is BDNF has the important function, which is BDNF is one of the neurotrophic factors that support the differentiation and then maturation and also the survival of neurons. So during the aging, the differentiation and the maturation is happening, and maybe the survival is getting worse because our immune become low and condition. And then also BDNF can stimulate and control the growth of new neurons from neural stem cell. So with the high BDNF level, so the neuron, we hope that our brain and neuron will be survived. So next in our research here, we use the animal model, the senescent accelerated mouse prone 8, which is can exhibit the aging in only 1 year. In general, the mice could be aged until 2 years. So within SMP8, we can accelerate the aging process, and also in the brain, brain aging also happen since 4 months. And then also we use SAMR, senescent accelerated mouse resistance, here. It is the resistant strain of this mouse model. I start to use the mice in 3 weeks old, and every group consists of 8 mouse. SMP8 as the treatment group, and then SMR1 as the senescent resistant group to do the control. At this research, we use diet formulation A93M standard diet with specific vitamin K concentration. It is consists of 0.75 milligram per kilogram diet, and then 0 milligram per kilogram diet, and then high concentration 75 milligram per kilogram diet. And we evaluate the parameter regarding behavioral tests, and we support the data with immunoblotting assays. Here is the test. So at the age of 4 and 8 months, we perform Y-maze test. So we place the mouse here in the maze. At the first time, we from 3 arm here, S, B, and A, we close the B arm, and then we familiarize the mouse in these 2 arms. So in 5 minutes, we allow the mouse to walk in this arm, and then we hope the mouse can memorize in the special aspect, so they can memorize what is in this room, in these 2 arms. And then after 1 hour, we evaluate. So in general, mouse have the big curiosity, especially in the new thing and the new special room. So we hope if the condition of cognition or brain is still normal, the mouse will live in this arm or B arm or new arm with much spend time here. So in this Y-maze test, we evaluate the parameter. First one is frequency on visiting the NOVA arm, and then time spent in NOVA arm and the alternation. After 12 months old, we conduct the acute fear conditioning test and open field test. Here the apparatus of open field test. So in this test, the mouse, the normal mouse, will walk near the side of the box, and then a normal mouse will walk around the middle part of the box. And then in the acute conditioning test, we use the foot sock in the cage of the mouse for 2 seconds, and then we perform this kind of sock in every 1 minute in 6 times, and then we hope this mouse can memorize the sock which is he get, and then we evaluate after 24 hours after the test. So in the next day, we check the acute fear test. So next, the result from this experiments, we found here in 4 months, the performance of all group is similar. There is no significant difference between the group, but in 8 months, we can see here that the deficient group perform or exhibit the lesser on alternation, and then the time spent in overarm. We conclude here that deficient vitamin K diet group experience a cognitive impairment faster than the other groups. And then we evaluate on the 12 months, and we can see here that among the SAMP group, or the different diet group, so control, deficient, and height give the different significance difference. Here, the deficient group perform the higher abnormality on behavior using open field tests. But in this case, we cannot compare to the resistant, because on this evaluation, resistant group or SIMR1 cannot exhibit the general behavior here. So we only compare among the SMP group. And then we can see here that vitamin K1 supplementation diet may be beneficial for keep the health of the aging brain. And then for the Q test, we can see here that initial Q during the experiment here the deficient group showed the lowest response on Q, which is indicates that deficient vitamin K diet accelerates the cognitive impairment, influence the memory of each brain. For supporting this behavioral data, we evaluate with immunoblotting in the brain, especially on the hippocampus, and then we found here that total and mature BDNF is the compound which is influence the brain condition of high vitamin K supplementation group was higher compared to another group. It was indicated that the functional effect of vitamin K on health brain is related to BDNF level in the brain. And also we evaluate the pathway. So there are several pathways which is I introduced in first time. So we evaluate and we found here that vitamin K influence the activation of ERK. So different with the testosterone, which is activate the VTA, but here I found that vitamin K also activate the ERK, and then finally can influence the BDNF production. And also, we evaluate here the inflammation which is occur in the brain. In this case, I evaluate phospho-Phe65 or NF-kappa B and also TNF-alpha. In this evaluation, we found that the phosphorylation of phospho-Phe65 for deficient group tends to higher compared to the high supplementation of vitamin K, and then also to the control. And for total P65 also.
Excuse me, Mr. Rosbana,
Yep.
2 left.
Okay.
2 minutes left
Okay.
for your presentation.
And then the last one is the TNF alpha. For the vitamin K in high concentration, it's tend to be lower compared to another group. Also for the resistant, it's quite similar with the high vitamin K diet group. So in this case, we can conclude that deficient diet or insufficient amount of vitamin K daily intake could accelerate the cognitive impairment, while the effect of supplementation still could not elucidate after 12 months of maintenance. And then high vitamin K supplementation induce the level of BDNF, which may contribute on neuroprotective effect in SMP8 mouse. And finally, we also hypothesize that anti-inflammatory effect of vitamin K and BDNF may play the role on prevent the neurodegeneration in SMP brain. So for the human, in case of human, maybe we can try for evaluate the effect of vitamin K. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation, Mr. Rosbana. Now we move to discussion session. Let me see the question from the chat box first. Okay, while waiting the question from the audience, I have one question, Mr. Rosbana. Maybe this is not related detail with your topic today.
It's okay.
My question is there any information about the potential of vitamin K to prevent the Alzheimer or Parkinson disease, since you study about vitamin K on brain?
Okay. So in my introduction, actually the data showed about compare about the Alzheimer's disease and also dementia, so that the patient with Alzheimer's disease and dementia showed the lower concentration of piloquinone in the plasma. So it means that when someone get the dementia, the vitamin K in the brain may be also reduced. So we hope with the supplementation of vitamin K, it can prevent someone to get the dementia or Alzheimer's disease and also Parkinson. So I think it is related. So now we try to evaluate about how if the supplementation more than 1 year. In this case, we use the mice model for aging. So we still cannot conclude it is work if we supplement the vitamin K after the AD or after the brain become aging, or it is effective when we consume the vitamin K before the cognitive impairment is happened or before the aging is happened.
Okay, thank you. I have already have question here. So the question from Juniza from University of Mula Warman. The question is, vitamin K, if I'm not wrong, play a role in glutamate metabolism, which is one of the amphibolic non-essential amino acid, and the catabolism of every amino acid will release NOx. I think NOx is nitric oxide. Yes, that linked to the neurological disorders. So when will the concentration of vitamin K will toxic? Thank you. This is the question. When will the concentration of vitamin K will toxic?
So, okay. Since as now, until now, we use the high concentration of vitamin K. It is 100 times. So the normal one is 0.75 milligram per kilogram or ppm. But in our laboratory, we always use for high concentration is 100 times. It means 75 milligram per kilogram. So it is the high concentration, and we didn't found the toxicity in this level. And then interestingly, that vitamin K not only as the coagulant factor, but also vitamin K has the anti-inflammatory effect. So regarding the NOx, nitrogen oxide, which is also refers to oxidation rate or biological expression rate will increase. So the anti-inflammation of vitamin K is also can reduce this kind of cause of inflammation, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much for the answer. I think our time is over. Thank you, Mr. Rusbana, and also the participant that already delivered the question. Well, we are going to listen research experience from our second speaker, but let me introduce the speaker's background briefly. Our second speaker is Roni Isnuwardana, PhD from Mula Warman University. He graduated from Brawijaya University in 2002 in the field of Doctor of Medicine, Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery. And in 2009, he finished master degree from Monash University, Australia. And then he postdoctoral degree from Faculty of Medicine, Ramati Body Hospital, Mahidol University in 2021. He's a fresh graduate. Okay, and his research focused on clinical epidemiology, biostatistics, and global health. That's all. To shorten the time, I would like to invite Roni Isnuwardana to share his presentation in the topic of mediation analysis of serum uric acid on association between vitamin D and cardiovascular disease. Mr. Isnuwardana, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ritway. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present my works as part of the ISDD 4-in-1 project program. I would like to share my screen now. Okay, I hope it's already on the screen. Okay, so yeah, today's topic, this morning session, it's a vitamin session eventually. So after we talk about vitamin K, now I would like to talk about vitamin D, another nutrients, micronutrients, which are quite important to our body. And okay, as usual, I will start with the background rationale, literature review, methods research, and eventually ends with discussion and conclusions. So at the beginning, vitamin D, just like vitamin K, is another micronutrients. Our body needs this vitamin. However, it's already been well known that if we look at the levels of vitamin D among all people in the world, we found out that many people, even in the tropics, like even in Indonesia, most of us suffers from vitamin D deficiency or at least insufficiency. That is the level below 30 nanograms per deciliter. And it is estimated that worldwide, 1 out of 7 people in the world suffers from this kind of condition. So even though we are living in the tropical regions, we have a lot of sunlight which might be able to boost the metabolism of vitamin D in our skin, but still we tend to take a shade in this tropical area, and therefore our exposure to the sunlight is less than what it should be. And vitamin D, it's well known for its effect on our bones. So basically its effect is maintaining the serum calcium level, which is very important to our bones, and also prevent diseases such as rickets and osteoporosis. However, recent years, we already found that vitamin D receptors were found in cells which are not related to bone, such as, and this is a recent trending also, immune-related or immune-mediated cells. So some studies also try to look at the association between vitamin D and COVID-19 infection or even prevention. Other than that, vitamin D also related to other systems such as the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, which maintain our kidney and also our blood pressure. And if we look this connection between vitamin D, and I just previously mentioned its relation with hypertension, we tend to look at the big problem in our society, that is cardiovascular disease. And it is also already found out that cardiovascular disease are related to seasonal and altitude of the geography of a place, which also could be explained by their sunlight exposure. So one might wonder whether it's due to vitamin D. And there are several reviews or even umbrella reviews which has been conducted on vitamin D and seek to the association between vitamin D and like other metabolic diseases such as hyperuric acid, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, or even chronic kidney disease and cardiovascular disease. So therefore, my research question is trying to see, at first, just to see the direct association between vitamin D level and cardiovascular disease. But the next step is I want to try whether it's we have a indirect association between vitamin D and cardiovascular disease through serum uric acid. And for this, we want to answer using what we call the mediation analysis, which I would like to explain in the following slides. So yeah, I already talked before, vitamin D and serum uric acid and cardiovascular disease are pretty much related to each other. However, for the mediation analysis itself, it's basically a statistical method. It's trying to explain the process. So it's a statistical explanation between a process from a cause. In this term, we want to put the vitamin D as a cause and cardiovascular disease as an outcome. And we put the mediator in between. So I would like to put the serum uric acid as mediators. This statistical method started in psychological fields actually. So those who are coming from psychology, you might be quite familiar with this kind of analysis, or even you want to try this for your research. So in mediation analysis, we start with, it's statistics, so we have to start with a regression model between the predictor and also several confounders with the outcome. And we usually label this into the following, the one which I put at the bottom here, the model between outcome and intercept and slope. And if we put the mediators, we have two models actually. We have the outcome models, which are included the predictor here and also the mediator. So those with C prime and B, and also the mediator model, which are the one which ends with the mediator. So the one which shows by the A arrow. So if you explore this mediation model, you will get that it's actually quite easy to do, and you can see that if we can find the coefficient of each regression, we can see the association. It's, if we can put into the formula, it's from this equation, it's A multiplied by B is equal for the direct minus the indirect effect actually. And we also need to find the confidence interval, because we're talking about statistics here. So not just the main estimates, but also the confidence interval to estimate whether this might have a significant effect on the population. And for this, I will use the bootstrapping method by Preacher and Hayes. So for the methods, I use this is a secondary data study using a cohort from the EGAT cohort. It's an electric company in Thailand. They have a cohort which has been started since 2009 and resurveyed every 5 years. And they already had their data for vitamin D measured at the beginning in 2009. And these are the variables which I include into the studies. So basically the outcome is cardiovascular disease, and the main study factor is vitamin D and uric acid. Other covariables are included to consider the confounders. And these were merged cross-sectionally, and we did some univariate analysis at the beginning, and then we conduct our mediation analysis using Stata 16, and then we did the bootstrap for 10,000 cycles. In here we construct a generalized structural equation model, and then we estimate the effect and the confidence interval, and then we repeat that 10,000 times. And these are the results. Actually, for just the descriptive result is quite interesting that we found in these workers, like 80% of them are suffering from vitamin D. It is insufficiency, and even like 21% among them are suffering vitamin D deficiency. Other result, some of them suffer from hyperuricemia, and eventually by the end of the study, we found that about 57 people suffer from cardiovascular disease out of 2,279. From here, we construct our mediation model and outcome models. However, in this, actually this is the first step, we found out that the mediation was not established because we found that the direct effect between vitamin D and cardiovascular disease was not significant. This first part actually is not really necessary to be significant, because if it is not significant, this could be a sign of complete mediation. However, after that, we found the indirect effect also not significant. So it's not confirmed with our first hypothesis, that is serum uric acid is mediating the effect between vitamin D and cardiovascular disease. So in the discussion, we look at why we found that serum uric acid was not been shown to be mediating the effect of vitamin D deficiency to cardiovascular disease. There are several problems in these studies. The first one is the commonly measured vitamin D is the 25-OHD form. It's easily measured. However, this is actually the inactive form of vitamin D. The active form is what we call the 125-OH2D. However, this is a bit harder to measure because their concentration is very, very small in our blood. And also there might be another explanation, such as other factors, which might, and it's already been actually conducted. We put it into another mediation, actually another multiple mediation analysis, which we consider genetic factors and also hormonal factors, which might affect this insignificant association. And finally, the sample of this study might not really represent the general population, because these are EGAT, these are company workers, mostly male in working class at productive age, and we only had about 10 times period of data. We try to look at cardiovascular disease at productive age, so we might not have enough results for cardiovascular disease. Maybe in the future, with more data coming, well, I'm not hoping that they are suffering from cardiovascular disease, but with more data coming, we might have a better chance to explain this association. So in conclusion, the main point I found that this we still have a high prevalence of vitamin D insufficiency and deficiency. However, we are unable to find significant association of mediation between vitamin D and cardiovascular disease through serum uric acid. I think that's conclude my presentation. Thank you, and return to you, Ritik.
Okay, thank you for the interesting presentation. Now, the time for the question and answer session. Let's see the question from the chat box first. Then, oh, okay. I have question here. The first question from Juniza again from Mulawarman University. The question is, In the other hand, we should use a UV blocker or sunblock when we are working outside. The question is it positively related to the increasingly disease risk for the people nowadays? So,
Okay.
Okay, you can answer the question first.
Yeah, I read that in the chat also.
Okay.
Okay, I will try to answer Zunisa's questions. So, should we use sunblock when we're working outside? Well, my study shown that most of us, like even in this session, I would say even like at least a third or even 2/3 of us, even maybe even 80 or 90% of us suffers from vitamin D deficiency or at least insufficiency. So it's true that we lack sunlight exposure, but we know that the sunlight exposure, which are quite effective in promoting the vitamin D metabolism, is happening during early in the morning or even a bit late in the evening when the sun is not really at high in the noon. So other than that, we have to also consider that excessive ultraviolet radiation also can have some negative effect, like obviously it can increase the risk of having skin cancer or even like cataract in the eye. So for this thing, we have to consider whether it's good or bad using sunblock. I would say if it is like early in the noon, like now, I think it's better if we have our sunblock used for our skin. If we have to have some works in the outdoors, but if we can go early in the morning or late in the evening, it's okay not to use the sunblock. So we have to consider both the positive and the negative effect of sunlight. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We move to the second question from Hadis, Mulawarman University. Maybe this question not related to your work, but could you please explain when is the best time for us to get a high level of vitamin D from the sunlight?
Yeah, I think I already mentioned about this. Because vitamin D actually was produced from a metabolism from a form of cholesterol actually in our skin, which exposed to ultraviolet radiation in the sun. And this ultraviolet radiation is enough when it's around in the morning or a bit late in the evening. So not really in the around noon like now because the exposure may be too much for the skin. It will obviously, if we come out in the outdoors now in the noon, we can get vitamin D through, but we have to be careful that excessive ultraviolet radiation also can have a bad effect for our skin also. So those we have to consider.
Okay. We still have time, 2 minutes. So the last question is coming from Saraswati Prabhawardhani. The question is, nowadays so many vitamin D in the market, and for people who are sensitive to sunlight and people who living in the temperature country, to synthetic vitamin D is promising. So the question is what the effect of consuming synthetic vitamin D in the regular time?
Okay, synthetic vitamin D. Actually, when we talk about vitamin D, one might take the natural vitamin D which come from the process in our skin in the morning or in the evening. But other than that, some would say the process in our skin is not enough actually. So we have to consume foods which are rich in vitamin D. We can find this in many actually oily meat, especially from fish, and also from mushrooms. So those foods are quite rich in vitamin D. But obviously if you don't have enough resource to get that kind of food, yeah, obviously we have a supplement of vitamin D available in capsules, which I believe it comes from two sources, either the animal based, which are basically like fish oil and related to fish oil, and the second one is the plant based, which usually extract from the mushroom, I think, and those two are quite still, I would say, still semi-natural because it's extracted from the animal or the plants. Actually, if you want to explore more, the animal one is called the vitamin D3, and the plants-based vitamin D is called the vitamin D2. Between the two, the metabolism is quite similar. However, from the plant-based, it has less potential compared to the vitamin D3. But if you want to explore more about the synthetic vitamin D, there are also what we call the vitamin D receptor agonist. And these are some kind of like substance. It's not really vitamin D, but it can have some effects on the receptor of vitamin D in the cells. And right now I only seen its limited use in several studies or even some treatments of vitamin D deficiency, but it's not quite common because obviously we have more readily available vitamin D, but just from the, maybe just having sunlight exposure or even just through supplements from food or even like semi-natural supplement. But maybe for some really deficient cases of vitamin D, we can consider this like vitamin D agonist, vitamin D receptor agonist, maybe as a treatment rather than just a supplementation. I think that's the current situation right now.
Thank you for the wonderful answer. And I think the question from Saraswati Prabhawardhani is probably the last. So for all the audience, finally we come to the end of the session, and I would like to thank to the invited speakers, Mr. Tubagus and Mr. Roni, for their informative and interesting presentation, and all participants for their very active participation as well. And finally, let's join with me to applaud the speakers and all of you. And I will pass this time to Master of Ceremony. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dear all the audiences, our next session is the second plenary session which will be delivered by Eli Hendrik Sanjaya, PhD from University of Malang, Indonesia, and Pramudya Dwi Aristia Putra, PhD from University of Jember, Indonesia. The second plenary session will be moderated by Sophia Lena, PhD. For our two speakers and moderator, you may start the session.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we start a little bit late. Yeah? Okay, thank you for the committee to give me the opportunity to become the moderators for this session. And I'm Sophia Lena as a moderator for this session. And in this session, we will have two presenters who will present it in this plenary with the presentation time. It's about 15 minutes for the first presenter, and we'll be continuing with the second presenters. And I will introduce you a little bit about first presenters, Bapak Eli Hendrik Sanjaya, PhD. He's a post-biochemistry employment lecturer in the chemistry department, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia from 2006 until present, and research assistant of civil and environmental engineering, Tohoku University, Japan, 2020, and then teaching experience in biochemistry, microbiology, metabolism, environmental management, and also environmental science. Eli Hendrik Sanjaya has a lot of, I think, the major publications, and then please continue. He has a lot of the, and then for the second presenter is Mr. Pramudia. But Mr. Pramudia is assistant professor from the Faculty of Education and Teaching Science, University of Jember. Education, Bachelor in Physics Education, Surabaya State University from 2005 to 2009, and then Master of Science in Science Education, 11 Maret University, 2010 and 2012, and then PhD in STEM Education, Shizuoka University, Japan, 2017 and 2020. Because our time is very limited, I think, and then we will just go to the main agenda, to the main programs. And during these presentations, if you have any questions or comment, please write in the chat box or in the YouTube. And to all the audience or the participants, please welcome to Mr. Eli Hendrik with the topic of biological waste and wastewater treatment technology in the tropical countries. To Mr. Eli Hendricks, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. In this occasion, I would like to deliver my my topic is about biological waste and wastewater treatment technology in tropical countries. Yeah, as we know that Indonesia is one of the tropical countries, I think, and yeah, this is about like characteristic of the tropical countries, the tropical zones. I think all we know about that. So I will directly go to the next slides about the characteristic, and I want to highlight in this part the average temperature, because my topic is related to this parameter. Yeah. And then, the fact, based on the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, around 1/3 of the food produced in the world for human consumption per year is about 1.3 billion tons gets lost or waste. And most of our organic waste is food waste. And surprisingly, Indonesia is far worse than with US, wasting nearly about 300 kilogram per year, yeah, per person of food waste. And the organic waste is one of the biggest contributors to global warming. And then the statement about food waste situation in Indonesia has drawn much attention from food and waste experts all around the world. Yeah. The other fact is that plastics recently is not, not one of the only problem, but non the degradable waste. Yeah, like food waste, is also take part in the worsening our current environmental situation. Yeah. The waste value, I think, it depends on how we treat it. Yeah. The waste can be, just disturb our environment. But on the other hand, if we hold the waste properly, it can be a benefit for the human. The organic waste hold countless benefits to our life. Yeah. However, it could be made into a compost, yeah, that enriches the fertilizer of our land. It also could become the nutritious food for our beloved pets and living stocks. Renewable energy source, for example, is biogas. And it's highly valuable and filled with advantages, but only if we let it be cased in a correct and most responsible way. Such as if we put our food waste on one reactor, so we can collect the production of the case biogas. We can use it for the energy in household. Yeah, we can see here that so many food waste here, and if we just lay down on the some place like this, it will be decay, yeah? And then will produce, if the process is anaerobic, will produce methane gas, yeah? Which is methane gas is one of the greenhouse gas. This is the anaerobic digestion reactions. Yeah. Actually, there are 4 steps from if food waste or other biomass which contains protein, carbohydrate, and fats will be hydrolyzed to be a more simple molecule, like for protein to be some amino acids, and then sugar for carbohydrates, and fatty acids for fat. And then acidogenesis, and metagenesis. Finally, will produce methane, carbon dioxide, and then usually like sulfur, tetrahydroxide, and then ammonia. Yeah, here about the greenhouse gas in atmosphere. Dominated by water vapor, and then carbon dioxide and others. It is like natural gas. Yes, and the right side is anthropomorphic gas, which is man-made. Most of them is carbon dioxide. However, here we can see the methane gas, about 9% in the atmosphere. Here, the greenhouse gas emissions, 2016, the carbon dioxide, what this part. And in the right side is methane emissions. Yeah. 10% is from manure management. And then 16% landfills. Yeah, if the organic waste just uh, put on the landfills, will produce about 16%. Especially for the development countries like Indonesia or Bangladesh and others, which is the waste management is not good enough. Uh, Methane gas is a potent greenhouse gas. Maybe most of us is not, realize yet about that. The methane actually about the potent greenhouse gas about 28 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. So it's very dangerous if we not manage the methane gas. And on 100 years time scale, and more than 80 times more powerful over 20 years. And then even though carbon dioxide has a longer lasting effect, methane sets the pace of warming in the near term. Since the Industrial Revolution, the methane concentration in the atmosphere has more than doubled. And then at least 25% the warming today is driven by methane from human action. Yeah. And then the last, cutting methane emission is the first opportunity. We have to immediately slow the rate of global warming. Yeah, here I will discuss about the how to produce methane in the reactor. Yeah, basically waste and wastewater treatment is we can divide into chemical, physical, thermal, and biological. And here I will focus on the biological treatment because the chemical, physical, and thermal usually needs high cost operation. And the biological, I think, we know that the process will utilize microorganism activity like bacteria, algae, protozoa, and others. This is thermal methods, like incineration. This is a sample, and the disadvantages about the incineration is the potential for air pollution. The biological treatment consists of aerobic and anaerobic process. The aerobic, the difference is about the oxygen needs. Aerobic treatment employ oxygen and bacteria biomass to assimilate organic matter and other pollutants like nitrogen, phosphorus into carbon dioxide, water, and other biomass. And aerobic treatment can be applied to treat low-strength wastewater. The aerobic cannot treat high-strength wastewater. Because the COD is less than 1,000 milligram per liter or 1,000 ppm. And the anaerobic treatment will works without oxygen and will break down organic impurities in the absence of oxygen and produce methane, carbon dioxide, and other biomass. And anaerobic treatment can be treating higher organic loading rates, can be more than 4,000 milligram per liter or 4,000 ppm. Okay, this is the anaerobic and aerobic process, advantages and disadvantages. I will highlight maybe about the odor production. The aerobic is low relatively, but anaerobic is so relative produce hydrogen sulfide, and methane and ammonia will reduce. Yeah, so strong the order. And then the energy consumption, the anaerobic digestion is very low. And then application for high strength wastewater, and for energy consumption, yeah, that's very low. The starch yields. After the process, anaerobics is very low, relatively low compared to the aerobic treatment. Yes, okay. Yeah, it's advantages and disadvantages of anaerobic digestion, but we can see here that, in fact, if the anaerobic digestion process properly handled, the anaerobic digestion system have no negative effect on human health or the environment if properly handled. Yeah. Okay, yeah, here we can see about this is the anaerobic reactor. Actually, there are a lot of kind of reactor for anaerobic digestion, but here I'll only show what CRCR. Yeah, this is CRCR. CRCR is using stirrer like this, and this one is USB, and here is, yeah, in India and also China, the big reactor. Here's in Japan, the place that I took my PhD in Sendai in Japan. Usually like Japan or in Europe, like or US, they manage their waste. Central wastewater treatment. For example, here in Sendai, in Miyagi, we have one big reactor that can manage or treat about 60% wastewater from household. Yeah. And actually, in our countries, as tropical country, yeah, has high potential. Yes.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Very convenient for anaerobic bacteria, yeah, because anaerobic bacteria usually are very convenient to live in mesophilic conditions, about 30 or 37 degrees Celsius. In our country, as a tropical country, the temperature is about 20 to 35 sometimes. I think it's still good condition for anaerobic bacteria. So we can apply the anaerobic digestion process. And here is my research during PhD. I treat the fish wastewater treatment. That is the substrate tank, and then this is my reactor. The results can reach a high organic loading rate, and the methane content is about 69%. It's very high. Yeah. If I compare to another reactor, my reactor is in the bottom one, SAIBR, and other reactor like USB, STR, and others. Yeah. My reactor still has, has high performance compared to others. Yeah. Because my reactor can treat about 30, the substrate concentration 30,000 gram or 30 gram 30,000 milligram or 30,000 ppm. Yeah, the conclusions. The biological process of waste and wastewater treatment have highly potential to be applied in tropical country. And anaerobic digestion has several benefits more than aerobic process. The SCABR, self-activated anaerobic bioreactor, achieve high performance in treatment of fish processing wastewater with the maximum ORR, open recording rate 6.77 grams COD per liter per day, with the biogas conversion rate 0.324 liter per gram COD. Methane content 69%, with the COD removal efficiency about 64%. Okay, thank you very much for the times.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Eli Hendrik Sanjaya, PhD, for the great presentations. We will continue with the second presenter is Mr. Pramudia Dwi Aristia Putra, PhD, with the topic of reform of the teacher professional knowledge in the science education in pandemic era. Before that, I would like all of the audience or participants, please welcome to Mr. Pramudia. And if you have any questions or comment, please write in the chat box and also in the YouTube. And to Mr. Pramudia, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Sophia, yes, moderator here. And I'm sorry. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my PowerPoint. Okay, this one. Okay. This one. Okay. Today I'd like to deliver my topic for the presentation in this conference, reform of the teacher professional knowledge in science education in pandemic era. The situation in pandemic era, because now is still issue, yeah, for teacher to teach in with the with the concepts of the activities in the classroom. So the research is from our group, myself, and then Erlia Norwita and Nurul Fitra Sulaiman from Jember University and Mulawarman University. Okay, my outline, introduction here, and then methodology, results, and conclusion about my result. Okay, before I'm going to talk a little bit about the teacher profession here. The teaching is very complex and multifaceted profession, because we know the teacher should understand about the situation of the students here, and then teacher develop teaching material, should understand about the mastery of the content knowledge, and then several teacher should know about the technology to support the teaching and learning in the classroom. So demands and expectation on the teacher continue to increase without a corresponding increase in the resources needed to support teacher from the Marshall 2015. So my research began from the theoretical framework that explain as adaptive expert here. The teacher is one of the experts to deliver material or content knowledge to the student here. So the adaptive expert set can shift from routine to non-routine tasks by using their adaptive expertise. This is from the Clifford and Inaki talked about the adaptive expertise here. So this is the routine expertise. I mean, the era before the COVID hit in around the world here. And then after COVID-19 hit in around the world, so the teacher the teacher is doing non-routine expertise here. So a teacher required flexibility adapt to and deal with the different situation. And then teachers have attempted to use their teaching method in uncommon environments here. So according to Solomon, 1986, the effective teaching stemmed from the combination of accurate knowledge about the content, sound pedagogical knowledge, picky and effective instructional practices distinct to specific discipline. So I talk about the PCK here, that skill for the teacher when deliver material to the student here. The model of Solomon said here is integrative model, where between the pedagogical knowledge, content knowledge, and context knowledge mixed together here. And the contextual knowledge here is the situation of the students and the situation of the situation of the local area, for example, here. And then now, however, the situation is different. Because the COVID-19 hit around the world, so the teacher need the technological knowledge, for better transform knowledge to the student here. And then this is the skill should understand for the teacher, because when the student understand about this skill before, the pedagogical knowledge, context knowledge, and content knowledge, so the material in specific topic can deliver students successfully here. This is my framework about the science learning. I'm using specific science learning here, because we know that science, including two activities domain, particularly the majority is hands-on activity and hands-on activity. So the hands-on activity is a category of strategic dimension in science learning, which give a student to get opportunity to prove the science concept. For example, this is a student use experiment or investigation or observation about the phenomena in the world, and then a hands-on activity which emphasizes the concept of science in the higher thinking process for support or for example, the critical thinking and the creativity thinking to construct the science concept here. And then this is the Solomon I told before, that Solomon divided the skill of knowledge from teaching and action, connecting with pedagogical knowledge and knowledge of subject concept with a teacher knowledge, and then capacity of skill, what a teacher judge or action here. And then recently, Just and Newsom in 2015 developed the teacher professional knowledge base here for the science teacher, especially science teacher should understand 5 of professional based knowledge here, including assessment knowledge. The assessment knowledge means that teacher knowledge to design and use a formative and summative assessment here, and how to use result from this assessment to design or modify instruction in the future. And then pedagogical knowledge here, pedagogical knowledge is the teacher knowledge to use a strategy for classroom management and student engagement, for example, questioning, teaching, instructional strategies to support differentiation based on student need, or how to design and lesson plan. And then the content knowledge, the content knowledge is mastery, teacher mastery about the discipline here, specifically in the topics of biology, physics, or maybe chemistry here, for the science particularly. And then the knowledge of student, the teacher ability to encompass student cognitive and physical development, understanding student differences that make required instruction differentiation. And then the curricular knowledge, this is the very crucial in the pandemic era, because so many material before pandemic and then now the pandemic, so teachers should make a makes more practices, more practice to deliver to the student, especially in the circular to mix or to select the circular knowledge here. So the circular knowledge, the teacher knowledge to analyze and determine the goals of a curriculum structure, the rule of scope and sequence, and the ability to assess a curriculum for coherence and articulation. And then the last, the technological knowledge is needed based on the Misera and Kohler 26 here, the teacher ability to analyze the kinds of technology used in the classroom to deliver all content to the student here. So this is the framework from this research. And then the, oh, I'm sorry. So this research need to be investigated to the teacher professional knowledge based on the new RTOP that include the technology knowledge, reform teaching observation protocol here. And then this is the participants. Before the selected participants becoming 20 teachers here, so software design by Google Forms spread out to 67 science education teacher. The survey including personal data, teaching experience in the science classroom, because when the teacher have just only less experience in the teaching in science, so student will difficult to compare. Would difficult to compare between a pandemic and before pandemic and pandemic era. So after evaluated all the answer from the teacher from the teacher answers here, we selected only 20 teachers have representative to this research. So the criteria: participants must have been teaching in science for more than 5 years, so that they had experienced teaching before and during the pandemic era. And the participant must have taught in Indonesian public schools, because we want to take a general situation in Indonesia, in particular in the junior high school 7 until 9th grade levels, and so specific just on the junior high school and specific on science education, yeah. So this science education mean in the junior high school mixed together between physics, science, physics, biology, and chemistry. And participant selection must reflect accurate gender equity of teacher in Indonesian public school, so including women and men in this research. And then this is the teacher. We conduct hybrid teaching, yeah, here hybrid teaching. That's mean the teacher will the teacher taught science material by online system with the model of teaching using hybrid model. It's mean teacher taught science as usual before before pandemic, but all the participants using Google Meet, Google Meet here. So this is the example of the teacher when the teacher teach in science classroom. And
yeah, you have 2 minutes left.
The pedagogical knowledge, this is the reform teaching protocol here, 5 items for the content knowledge for item, circular knowledge for item, and assessment knowledge for item, and student condition knowledge for item, and technology knowledge item, that all the question, the item developed using Likert scale 1 in traditional and 4 transforming reform. And then the item example, this one, Q1, Q2, Q3, and this is the objective of the question here. And then this is the interview protocol after the teacher teach in that classroom using hybrid model. So the teacher interviewed by researcher here. So to compare between the results and what the teacher perspective about those professional knowledge here. This is the analysis data using exploratory analysis. Is a process of analysis data set to match the main character. This is the screen plot. So after we evaluated with 133 pre-service science teacher, we have trained and explained about the situation of the research, and then based on the answer, the 6-factor recommendation has valid here. And this is for the consistency about the item model here. And then this is the analysis of interview process, the teacher transcription, the teacher answer. And then we divide in divided in 3 domains: domain-specific, metacognition, and innovation. And we match with the 6-factor analysis here and peer review analysis to make a consistency between the peer review here. When the coding presentation differed between the recessor met to negotiate a consensus student statement. And this is the result. We know that the technology knowledge is the lowest score for the teacher, 20 teacher to practice in the science teaching in the classroom. And then this is the example, the technology knowledge based on the interview law. This is the T2 score of the teacher here. There are 2 problems. The first, I don't have adequate skill for the teaching in an online system, and some of students do not have a smartphone. I stopped doing experiment in my science classroom in the pandemic era. This is the answer. The other answer, school and I was confused about how to carry out science lesson. Actually, the teacher is confused to conduct science lesson in the classroom. I tried to do learning activity with social media group between teacher and student, but many students did not have internet access. So this is the constraint for the teacher to do in the using technology in the classroom. And then this is the pedagogical knowledge was high because the highest score is a pedagogical knowledge. This is the one I learned a lot of media from learning. And then this is the quarter here for my science class. I created a blog and several video, and I upload the video on YouTube and link with them online learning resources. I also use a virtual lab such as PET and Hypermedia to improve the student achievement in science classroom. And then this is the other answer. I often combine science with mathematics. Sometimes I introduce a related technology on the application of science itself. For engineering, I introduce my student to the topic via searching YouTube and explain to students about the use of the engineering in science. This statement describes the science teacher use a model of problem-based learning or project-based learning, because when using the project-based learning, student use of the skills and for all understanding in science concept to solve the problem. And the conclusion, the reform of teaching protocol to evaluate the teacher skill based on the science teacher professional skill was valid and reliable. The skill was included in the reform in 4PK, assessment knowledge, circular knowledge, student knowledge, and technological knowledge. The result indicated the mastery science teaching in the student knowledge and technology knowledge was low, and the recommendation from the research that there is need professional development for the teacher, mainly to improve the technological knowledge, especially for the science education. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for Mr. Pramudia for your great presentations. And I would like to, because we have, that we're running out of time. And I think I will just pick one question for each presenters. And then the first question is for Mr. Eli Hendrik. This is the question from Blego Sudionoto from Mulawarman University. And he would like to know about the reality, the management of the water waste treatment from domestic areas and the community health center that have potential infectious contaminant, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. And your suggestion for the treatment strategy about it, what is it? Okay, that's the question from Mr. Eli, please.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Blego Sudionoto for the questions. It is very interesting question. Yeah, during pandemic, especially, there are a lot of infectious bacteria or virus. Yeah, for medical waste, usually until now, the waste method is, the treatment methods use thermal method. Because for infectious waste, I think the one way is thermal methods. However, if the waste is organic waste, uh, yeah, I think bacteria is as organic waste. So, but I mean, the biological process actually we can apply to the medical waste. However, if the waste is still containing infectious or poisoning waste, we should combine. We should combine to other methods like thermal methods. We should do pre-treatment for the waste, and then after the waste can be treated by biological process, we do it. However, if the waste is not, I mean, it's very dangerous, or microbial cannot live or can grow with the waste, should treat with other method, combine like chemical methods and, for treatment, or physical method, and then we do the biological process. Of course, if you want to, I mean, manage the waste, we should, start from reduce. Reduce, like I mean, it's commonly common for us. Reduce, reuse, recycle, recovery, and disposal. So in the hospital, we should sorting the waste first. Which one is organic waste, and then which one is like plastic or others. So we can treat properly the waste. I think my idea is like that. Is it enough?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Alejandro. And then I think the second question is for Mr. Pramudia. This is from Sabira Aulia Putri from Mula Warman University. How can we, science education students, improve our students' knowledge during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the interaction with the student is very limited? Please to Mr. Pramudia.
Thank you very much. It's a good question for the Safira Aulia Putri, because this is the issue, how to conduct about the science learning in the pandemic era. Our idea here that we developing in University of Jember, especially with my group research here, we use approach to deliver STEM learning material using STEM or STEAM. So this is the integrative model, integrative approaches, and because why we choose the STEM, because the STEM could deliver in some time with several concepts to the student, and then because our interaction with the student is very limited, so we design the STEM from home, something like that. We deliver just only concept, just only the crucial or the essential material when the face-to-face, and then we give a task to the student, including hands-on activity, and student make a report. This is using blended learning here. And the second, we try to use hybrid learning, because we know now the situation becoming open for the school to conduct a real class. I mean the full class in the school gitu. So the teacher using experiment in the classroom, and then several students when students have opportunity to come to the class, or will conduct an experiment, and then when the student go to home, student can analyze about the result. Okay, I think that's my idea. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Pramudia. And then back to Mr. Alejandro. There is, I think this is the last question for you. This is from Alam Surya Wijaya, DPK Jateng. He's asking you about the waste and wastewater treatments you presented. Might work well for point pollution, where we know exactly the source of pollutions. My question is how to treat waste and wastewater that is point pollution, where we don't know exactly the source of the pollutions, or the sources are from vast areas. For example, the pollution of Kali Ciliwung. How do you think we could treat Kali Ciliwung pollution effectively? Okay, please.
Okay.
Ali.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alam. Yeah, it's very challenging to treat the pollution like in Kali Ciliwung or others river in Indonesia. Yeah, the problem is Indonesia has not like a good installation for waterways, waterways. I think. I mean, so yeah, all of horse waste come to the rivers. Yeah. So in my opinion, I mean, my idea is to treat the Kali Ciliwung or others rivers. We should has like ponds, several ponds. Yeah, not so big like reservoir, but I think we should have ponds, several ponds, so we can treat for several steps. Yeah. In one, for example, is we have 4 ponds. In the first pond, we can treat by the like aerobic treatment, and then also the second ponds, and then finally if the waste is. But I think for rivers like Kali Ciliwung, we can use aerobic treatment because the concentration of COD is usually lower than 1 ppm, so we can use by the aerobic treatment. Aerobic treatment use, I think, in Indonesia, like in share, yeah, rumput industry use aerobic treatment. In share has maybe have about 4 or 5 ponds, and I think we can apply to the Kali Ciliwung, like Kali Ciliwung. Yeah, of course. I think the first key is like we should, yeah, we should campaign to the community in our farm household. We should aware about this. Yeah, we should reduce the waste, or we should I mean, I can say for several residents recently they should provide wastewater treatment plant. This is like the requirement for several residents. Yeah? Which is very good. But yeah, as we know, in Indonesia, most of us, yeah, still didn't realize about the dangers of the waste, even household waste. Yeah. Maybe if we have experience in advanced country like Japan or Europe, the river is very clean. Yeah. Even, yeah, because they have a good installation in waterways. Yeah. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eli Hendricks. And then this is the last question for Mr. Pramodia. Yeah, from Dr. Lely from Japan. Yeah. Her question is, how supportive do students feel in their coursework, and are they connecting socially with the classmates? Do teachers feel equipped to support students through synchronous and asynchronous facilitations? Are families comfortable with the current online learning models? So please, Mr. Pramodia.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lelia. She is my senior here. I learned a lot from Japan also. The idea coming from Japan, yeah, because I know in Japan the parent is very care with the student, with the children. Yeah, actually, when the children have work, yeah, from the school, the parents involved to help the the children. And then in the science classroom, because that situation, actually many parents in Indonesia complains about the situation learning now. So the tax not only just only involve the student self, but also involve the parents. So in that situation, the assessment not only just student do in the home, but also what the contribution of the parents in the home to solve the problem when the problem given to the student. And then because the regulation in Indonesia, we are limited for the interaction because the COVID-19 still spread out and outside. I mean, in the classroom. So for the social with the friends here, from the classmate particularly, so it's limited. So we focus on the tax just only for the family. So kinds of the science daily do for the families. That's the idea for still involves parents doing or support the student to study about science. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pramudia. I think the time is out now, and thank you very much for all the presenters. And we would like to give applause to the two of you for the very good presentations and also good knowledge for all of the participants. And then again, thank you to all the active participants, also to this program. And I will return this program to the MC. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay locked in until the last session because we will give 6 prizes for the best participants today. And for the attendance list, we will provide the link after the last keynote speaker session. And now, we are in a lunch break and we will continue our conference at 13:25.
I cannot hear. I cannot hear anything. I cannot hear anything. I cannot hear. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm saying something. We can hear it. Yeah, you can hear it, but I cannot hear it. No, I don't hear anything.
Living on the highway, taking every turn. I've been on the road since I was 5. Sitting by my father for 1,000,000 miles, picking up old stories on the ride. I've been counting shadows to the beat of the radio. I feel like a baby when I sleep, and then you come to me. If we can keep the fire burning till I'm coming home, then maybe I won't have the need to let the engine run. 'Cause in the morning, in the night, maybe we can hold each other tight. We can keep the fire burning for a while, babe. Keep it wild. Every single coffee, every single break, every single moment I'm awake. Wanna play it open, wanna play it right. Don't want another storm to ride. I've been counting headlights to the beat of the radio. I feel like I wanna go to sleep, and then you come to me. If we can keep the fire burning till I'm coming home, then maybe I won't have the need to let the engine run. 'Cause in the morning, in the night, maybe we can hold each other tight. We can keep the fire burning for a while, babe. Keep it wild. Keep it wild. Keep the fire
Nah, kita sekarang di Universitas Pulau Warman, kita fokus kepada natural resources. Sumber daya alam yang kita miliki ini sudah mampu kita identifikasi belum? Ada apa saja? Dan berapa luasannya? Berapa potensinya? Universitas Pulau Warman dengan segala sivitas akademik yang dimiliki, dengan segala sumber daya alam yang dimiliki, bersama-sama dengan KPP, kita akan mencoba melihat terutama persoalan pulau-pulau, ya, tutupan mangrove, tutupan siglas itu padang lamun, ya. Ini sebagai penyumbang untuk blue carbon dunia. Kita ingin Pulau Warman sebagai salah satu center kita untuk blue carbon.
Pertama kami tentu mau mensinergikan
program dari KKP dengan apa yang kita miliki, potensi yang dimiliki oleh UNMUL. Itu yang pertama. Kita punya SDM, kita punya fakultas perikanan yang bisa bekerja sama dengan KKP.
Too many times I've been drifting away, like a shadow in the sun, hiding from the shifted away. Too many times I've been drifting away, like a shadow in the sun, hiding from the shifted away. Let's keep the fire burning, baby, till I'm coming home.
Samarinda is the capital city of East Kalimantan, has a million charm and stunning natural scenery. In a dynamic world of competition, science and technology play significant roles. Through education based on teaching and learning, with focusing research on natural resources, specifically the humid tropical rainforest and community services. More than 100,000 students study in the city. At the University of Mulawarman,
Tepatnya berasal dari Universitas Mulawarman, Heriani Pratama.
Indonesia. Established in 1962, the University of Mulawarman has now succeeded in occupying the ranks of the best universities in Indonesia and the best university in East Kalimantan. Relies on the natural resources, specifically the humid forest and its environment. Higher education is one of the important pillars in the national development. Higher education is the pioneer in encouraging the development of a nation. We are committed to being an agent of change by producing highly competitive of human resources. Currently, the University of Mulawarman has many achievements, both institutional and students as well. The University of Mulawarman is the first university in Kalimantan with the accreditation of Institution A. This achievement cannot be separated from the commitment and cooperation of all elements. Human resources at the University of Mulawarman are highly qualified, with more than 100,000 lecturers who were graduated from the leading universities in the home country and overseas. The Faculty of Economy and Business has 9 study programs and 1 accountant specialization. The Faculty of Politics and Social Science has 8 study programs. The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 study programs. The Faculty of Forestry has 3 study programs. The Faculty of Law has 2 study programs. The Faculty of Education and Teacher Training has 24 study programs and 2 teacher specialist programs. The Faculty of Fishery and Marine Science has 6 study programs. The Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science has 7 study programs. The Faculty of Engineering has 15 study programs and 1 engineer specialist. The Faculty of Medicine has 6 study programs, doctor and surgeon specialists with A accreditation. The Faculty of Public Health has 1 program. The Faculty of Pharmacy has 4 study programs and 1 pharmacist. The Faculty of Cultural Science has 3 study programs. In implementing the research focus, the University of Mulawarman has 8 research centers. In applying the student scientific field, With the research, students are expected to be able to find solutions which occur internationally and globally issues. University of Mula Warman is a part of 2035 educational institution in innovation in South and Southeast Asia by clarified terrain. To take advantage of East Kalimantan's biodiversity, the University of Mula Warman established the Center of Excellence in Medicine and Cosmetics, Science and Technology of the humid tropical forest and its environment to strengthen academic excellence, commercialization, and utilization for research results. The collaborative relation of the University of Mula Warman have been established with other institutions, both government and private at home country and overseas. The cooperation consists of in academic research, institutional studies, as well as community service. Now, the number of Mula Warman University partners have reached 172 active collaborations. A tangible cooperation that has been conducted, namely the 4-in-1 project between UNMUL and ISDB, Islamic Development Bank. As part of society, the University of Mula Warman realizes the function is not limited to teaching, but includes social and cultural aspects, many social activities, and community development to provide tangible benefits to society. To reach the world-class university, UNMUL puts research, teaching, employability, and collaboration as the prominent priorities to produce nation successors with reliable soft skills, problem solving, team working, critical thinking, creativity, communications, literacy, and digital literacy. Now, our education is in the era of technology utilization without reducing the value of the educational goals itself. The COVID-19 pandemic has given good lessons for us. The point is to adapt to challenges and change. UNMUL, learn from COVID toward Cloud University. The capital city of East Kalimantan has a million charm and stunning natural scenery. In a dynamic world of competition, science and technology play significant roles. Through education based on teaching and learning. With focusing research on natural resources, specifically the humid tropical rainforest and community services. More than 100,000 students study in the city. At the University of Mula Warman,
Tepatnya berasal dari Universitas Mula Warman, Heriani Ratama.
Indonesia. Established in 1962, the University of Mula Warman has now succeeded in occupying the ranks of the best universities in Indonesia and the best university in East Kalimantan. Relies on the natural resources, specifically the humid forest and its environment. Higher education is one of the important pillars in the national development. Higher education is the pioneer in encouraging the development of a nation. We are committed to being an agent of change by producing highly competitive of human resources. Currently, the University of Mula Warman has many achievements, both institutional and students as well. The University of Mulawarman is the first university in Kalimantan with the accreditation of Institution A. This achievement cannot be separated from the commitment and cooperation of all elements. Human resources at the University of Mulawarman are highly qualified, with more than 100,000 lecturers who were graduated from the leading universities in the home country and overseas. The Faculty of Economy and Business has 9 study programs and 1 accountant specialization. The Faculty of Politics and Social Science has 8 study programs. The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 study programs. The Faculty of Forestry has 3 study programs. The Faculty of Law has 2 study programs. The Faculty of Education and Teacher Training has 24 study programs and 2 teacher specialist programs. The Faculty of Fishery and Marine Science has 6 study programs. The Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science has 7 study programs. The Faculty of Engineering has 15 study programs and 1 engineer specialist. The Faculty of Medicine has 6 study programs, doctor and surgeon specialists with A accreditation. The Faculty of Public Health has 1 program. The Faculty of Pharmacy has 4 study programs and 1 pharmacist. The Faculty of Cultural Science has 3 study programs. In implementing the research focus, the University of Mulawarman has 8 research centers. In applying the student scientific field with the research, students are expected to be able to find solutions which occur internationally and globally issues. University of Mulawarman is a part of 2035 educational institution in innovation in South and Southeast Asia by clarified Turret. To take advantage of East Kalimantan's biodiversity, the University of Mulawarman established the Center of Excellence in Medicine and Cosmetics, Science and Technology of the humid tropical forest and its environment to strengthen academic excellence, commercialization, and utilization for research results. The collaborative relation of the University of Mulawarman have been established with other institutions, both government and private at home country and overseas. The cooperation consists of in academic research, institutional studies, as well as community service. Now, the number of Mulawarman University partners have reached 172 active collaborations. A sustainable cooperation that has been conducted, namely the 4-in-1 project between UNMUL and ISDB, Islamic Development Bank. As part of society, the University of Mulawarman realizes the function is not limited to teaching, but includes social and cultural aspects, many social activities, and community development to provide tangible benefits to society. To reach the world-class university, UNMUL puts research, teaching, employability, and collaboration as the prominent priorities to produce nation successors with reliable soft skills, problem solving, team working, critical thinking, creativity, communications, literacy, and digital literacy. Now, our education is in the era of technology utilization without reducing the value of the educational goals itself. The COVID-19 pandemic has given good lessons for us. The point is to adapt to challenges and change. UNMUL, learn from COVID toward Cloud University. Kalimantan has a million charm and stunning natural scenery. In a dynamic world of competition, science and technology play significant roles. Through education based on teaching and learning. With focusing research on natural resources, specifically the humid tropical rainforest and community services. More than 100,000 students study in the city. At the University of Mula Warman,
Tepatnya berasal dari Universitas Mula Warman, Heriani Pratama.
Indonesia. Established in 1962, the University of Mula Warman has now succeeded in occupying the ranks of the best universities in Indonesia and the best university in East Kalimantan. Relies on the natural resources, specifically the humid forest and its environment. Higher education is one of the important pillars in the national development. Higher education is the pioneer in encouraging the development of a nation. We are committed to being an agent of change by producing highly competitive of human resources. Currently, the University of Mula Warman has many achievements, both institutional and students as well. The University of Mula Warman is the first university in Kalimantan with the accreditation of Institution A. These achievements cannot be separated from the commitment and cooperation of all elements. Human resources at the University of Mula Warman are highly qualified, with more than 100,000 lecturers who were graduated from the leading universities in the home country and overseas. The Faculty of Economy and Business has 9 study programs and 1 accountant specialization. The Faculty of Politics and Social Science has 8 study programs. The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 study programs. The Faculty of Forestry has 3 study programs. The Faculty of Law has 2 study programs. The Faculty of Education and Teacher Training has 24 study programs and 2 teacher specialist programs. The Faculty of Fishery and Marine Science has 6 study programs. The Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science has 7 study programs. The Faculty of Engineering has 15 study programs and 1 engineer specialist. The Faculty of Medicine has 6 study programs, doctor and surgeon specialists with A accreditation. The Faculty of Public Health has 1 program. The Faculty of Pharmacy has 4 study programs and 1 pharmacist. The Faculty of Cultural Science has 3 study programs. In implementing the research focus, the University of Mula Warman has 8 research centers. In applying the student scientific field with the research, students are expected to be able to find solutions which occur internationally and globally.
It once more. We will continue our conference today with our last keynote speaker, which will be delivered by Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia from University of Twente, Netherlands. The theme for this last session is How can manure's nutritional value contribute to circular economy? This session will be moderated by Insinyur Julie Nurdiana, MSc. For the keynote speakers and the moderator, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, all praise be Allah, by whose grace and blessing we are all here gathering today. Prayer and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, and all his companions. The honorable keynote speaker, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Special greeting for Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia. Hello, Laura. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
Yes. How is
Great. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. First of all, I would like to welcome you to afternoon sessions. We shall have outstanding talk from Dr. Maria Laura Franco, and then followed by the parallel sessions. My name is Julie Nordiana, and I will be serving as your moderator today. Without further ado, may I briefly introduce you to Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia. She worked at University of Twente, the Netherlands, assistant professor in sustainable management strategies, and also the board member of Greening of Industry Network. Her work and research specialize on environmental management system, circular economy at meso and macro level, and also highly associated to corporate social responsibility. And today, she will be speaking to us on how can manure nutrition value contribute to circular economy. Please welcome Dr. Maria Laura Franco. Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yuli. As I said, it's a real pleasure to be today as part of this great event in this university. And well, I think I should just start because I have a long presentation. I hope I can manage to present the points I want to make in the given time. So without further ado, and can I get my slides, please? Or shall I try to manage them myself? Can I use my own presentation, my own screen for the... Yeah, Julie? Shall I share my screen?
Can you operate by yourself? I mean, if it's more convenient for you.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yep.
So I just indicate me how I can do that. Share screen. Now I find it. Yeah, that should be okay. Yes.
Yes.
Now, please, can you tell me if you can see my screen?
Yep.
Yes? Okay, very good. Thank you. Right, so let me put it in presentation mode. I'm not sure what is that you can see. Do you see the full screen or do you see the other with two screens?
Two screens.
Okay, I will just shift. What about now?
Yes.
Now is the full screen, right, that you can see. Thank you. So, yes, well, as Julie mentioned, I work for the University of Twente, and my field of interest is about sustainable management strategies. And I believe that circular economy can be one of those, can be really a means for the private sector and also public sector to deal with the current sustainability challenges, which makes part of my first point. So I will shortly give a short introduction about the sustainability challenges that we are facing right now as society in general. And my next point would be about the circular economy and bioeconomy potential contributions to be part of the solution of these sustainability challenges. And as last, I will mainly focus on one specific project that we have been working together with master students in relation to circular manure management, hoping that we can get some interesting lessons out of it. So I will move to the first part of my presentation, basically that we recognize many of these challenges that are put due to the current linear production and consumption systems, that we see how resources are being affected in a way, and also how this can definitely have an important impact on the well-being of the people, not only having issues related to the quality of the environment and ecosystems, but also how these really affect directly to the society, to communities. And you probably have heard already about the planetary boundaries, saying that I think this is an interesting framework to look at because it says clearly how we have a limited number of resources around us to provide, to produce and deliver all the products and services that are required in a growing and demanding population. So this is very important element to take into account. So resources are limited, and to some extent, some of them might be already quite exhausted. So this connected with the fact that, for instance, some of the most demanding sectors regarding resources management is the agriculture sector. So it is not only demanding a large amount of nutrients from the ecosystems, but also, contribute to larger environmental problems like climate change. So since my presentation is mainly focused in the Dutch situation, I allow myself to bring some numbers just to give you some idea how relevant is agriculture sector in the Dutch economy. So it is about 10% of the income. So this data is from 2017, important to say, but it also employ a large number of citizens, of people living in the Netherlands. So also about 10%. So that the agriculture sector is one of the top sectors in the Netherlands. So moving to the next point, how can, in this case, bioeconomy and circular economy contribute to the solution to the problems I mentioned at the beginning? So all this excessive natural resources consumption. So, and there are different ways that circular economy can and bioeconomy can contribute to better organize the resources management. And in this figure, you can see how circular economy tries to, in a way, keep the value of materials used during the production of products and services as long as possible within the value chain, and namely avoid waste generation, minimize the waste generation. While bioeconomy mainly focus on replacing fossil basic resources with more biological resources. And when we put these two purposes together, then we can say that circular economy means to actually make use of those not wasted resources, mainly organic matter, that can replace these fossil-based resources, mainly through biological, transformations. So, and all in all, we can say this can, in a way, make production and consumption more sustainable. So, this is, well, I would say important to be mentioned because I will be talking about manure, which is more considered a biological resource, and in some contexts, like in the Netherlands, the policy still indicates that it should be managed as a waste, unfortunately. But, well, we will talk further about it. So still under the general context of the Netherlands, there are important ambitions about circular economy. And one of those is related to the nutrient cycles of matter, organic matter, which by 2050 should be the utilization of those nutrients should be maximized to be considered in soil enrichment, for instance, water and air as well, and also try to minimize the use of raw materials, virgin inputs that can, come from recycling sources, recycling material flows. So that is very important to keep in mind. This is put in the policy of the Dutch circular economy ambition. Since I promised to mention some of our findings from research, and it would be, well, it was ambition to look at what one province in the Netherlands has been doing in relation to circular manure management. So we decided to focus on one particular province, in this case, the one of Friesland. You can see here is the map of the Netherlands, and this is the region that we look at in a closer manner. Here is Amsterdam, just for you as a reference. So this in the north part of the Netherlands, the province that we studied. And this province has already a well-advanced agenda in terms of circular economy, we can say. They started in 2015. They realized a diagnosis study to identify which of the sectors represented in the province could have, let's say, good chances to move towards circularity practices. And one of those, as you can see here, is the agriculture sector. Other was also established as plastics, other type of organic waste streams, construction, and saline agriculture. So manure is pretty much in the first line of the priorities in the agenda of circular economy to be developed in Friesland. So how to valorize resources, I mean, in this particular case, the manure, in a more circular manner. So this is, just to frame the relevance of the research that we carry out together, actually, as I said, with a number of master students. You can see here their names, also in collaboration with Dr. Willem van Laarhoven. So this research was done last year, so there were some limitations in terms of access to, respondents, interviewees, but at the end, I think we could compile sufficient material to be analyzed and discussed here, for instance, with you. So let me go more into the details of the province of Friesland in relation to the agriculture sector. So there are 65% of the land use is focused on agriculture. There are about 4,000 farms registered in the province, so it's quite dense region in terms of agricultural activities. So the average size of those farms which have dairy production are about 88, between 90, let's say, and 110, according to the latest statistics. So the number of cows per farm is about 100. So, and this has to do with the fact that the regulations in the Netherlands are very well developed in relation to the amount of cows, for instance, that are allowed to be grow part of the farms. So, but the intention is to make the agriculture production of activities more sustainable along the time. So this is a very strong policy, and not only in this province, but in the whole country. But there is an important presence of manure, and I would say there is an important surplus production of manure, and most of the production of manure is related to cattle. The next one is related to pigs, and poultry is the less represented in this estimation done in 2015 and reported by Larhofen in 2019. But this has this production of this farm activity comes also with unfortunately negative potential environmental problems, like an excessive amount of nutrients that cannot, if they remain in the soil, they will definitely impact the quality of water and quality of air and soil itself. So this should be managed in such a way that the nutrients can be better utilized and avoid any environmental protection issues. Therefore, it's so important to keep the amount of cattle, in this case, within each farms. So this is what was the, let's say, the starting point of our research, identifying what the problem statement was. So due to the linear processing of resources, one can identify that this kind of materials, manure, so far is still considered a waste, and if it's not potentially treated, should be disposed. But in the large amount that is produced, they can represent a high risk for the environment and population, as I mentioned previously. So that was the starting point of our research. So try to identify, ways to valorize manure that could add value, economic and environmental value to the farmers in this case. And we look closely to digestion. We know that this is a quite used and acceptable technology that can valorize on the one hand, the calorific value of manure once it's treated in a biological way, and the nutrients that can be recovered from the digestate. So that was the purpose of research: identify valorization strategies of manure nutrients, in this case through biogas production in the anaerobic digestion, and their enabling conditions under both frameworks, circular and bioeconomy. So, and co-digestion was explored then in combination with other organic streams. So we basically try to focus on, let's say, organic matter coming from industrial activities, And that's what, we try to address in this research. So the co-production, co-digestion of manure with industrial organic matter. So this is a representation of the anaerobic digestion, where you can already observe how has been implemented. So waste from farms, in particular manure, can be processed to anaerobic digestion. There is some biogas produced that through the combined heat and power unit can generate heat and electricity, and this can return either to the same farm that produces the organic matter and manure, or can be used for other, entities, maybe communities around these farms, etc. On the other side, we have some remaining part that is not transformed into biogas, and that's what can be used as to replace, for instance, fertilizers when it's properly treated, and that is called digestate. So as you can see in this figure, the circularity of reusing some of the parts coming from, in this case, the digestion, are clearly represented. So that's what we aim to analyze and to understand how does it look in real life. And from the research methodological standpoint, we first of all cover the literature. We look at circular economy, manure digestion, co-digestion with food waste. The legal framework's very important. And from there, we developed a conceptual model that we applied in particular to the situation of Friesland, in the region of Friesland, and that we engaged different key stakeholders, as you can read here, to get more detailed information on how they see the opportunities to take place in relation to manure digestion. In a smaller scale, let's say, and then we analyze the results and could develop recommendations. So I'm moving forward to the findings part of our research related to manure management, or circular manure management. And here is just to let you know what are those policies and regulations that are related to fertilizers and biogas production that can come from manure treatment. As you can see here, there are several policies at EU level, European Union level, that connect, that the national level definitely connects with. And fertilizers have a specific in Soil Protection Acts should be, considered in any of these potential use of digesters for managing manure in combination with food waste. So what we found was that according to the people that we spoke to, our interviewees, and also the literature that was found, we noticed that in principle, there is not enough food waste to put together with manure to be co-digested, at least in the area of study, and at that time, 2020. And there also that there were strict regulations actually to say which kind of food waste could be considered to be co-digested. And also there were already some agreements between industrial processors to use this kind of organic matter, either for this kind of treatment or for other treatment. So there was really, in principle, not enough food waste to be co-digested. So technically, it's important to say that the biogas production through digestion is very well developed technology. though is quite expensive, and that makes hard for smaller farmers to put in place. So organizationally talking, a way to make use of this technology would be through the integration of cooperatives, so that they can share the cost and and the benefits of such treatment. Also, when it comes to generation of energy, it can be said that still the renewable energy or the other possibilities of renewable energy generation, like wind turbines and solar panels, seems to be less expensive and then more suitable for small producers to be used. So from the policy market legal context of Friesland, we notice indeed that the market is growing in relation to looking for other ways to generate, make use of this kind of resources and generate energy. So, but there are strong barriers to make it competitive, to make this co-digestion competitive. As I just said, there are other renewable energy sources that are more affordable. And also from the policy regulation standpoint, monodigestion can get some subsidies rather than those using co-digestion. So this, in a way, don't really stimulate small farmers to invest in this kind of technologies. The economic factors, as I said, co-digestion doesn't get any particular subsidy from policy government unless there's very strong requirements for that. And the logistic can also be an important problem if you are a farmer based at a certain number of kilometers of the facility where the digestion is taking place. There are some transportation costs that need to be also considered and paid by the farmers. So there are these contextual conditions limiting the potential of using this kind of technology. But we also look at those opportunities. So if it's possible to have these co-products, co-organic materials, as I said, can be some streams coming from food waste, not necessarily from the industry, because we noticed that they were already committed to some particular application. But if there were other potential sources of organic matter and that comply with the regulation, obviously, and if farmers decide to be organized as a cooperative when it comes to manure management, then this possibility of treatment by digestion might have a different perspective. And currently, just recently, there is this initiative that calls for public-private partnerships in New Garden, so in the heart of this Friesland province. The bio-LNG energy campus is about to start. I mean, the construction of the facilities, they are organizing this digestion of manure with other resources which are certified. So that would be for us very interesting to research upon and see what are those particular organic matters that they are considering to produce, in this case, bio-LNG, to supply LNG for trucks, for large companies that have already said that they will be customers of this particular initiative. So there are, as I said, important activities related to this circular manure management, and there are things definitely to look at and learn from. So the technical feasibility is there, so it's possible to produce safely this kind of energy, methane, biogas. and also fertilizers from digestate coming from the digestion. So another aspect to work on is the perception, the social perception of manure in general, and how people should be educated to learn more about it and their nutrition and calorific advantage that manure represents when it comes to putting circular economy practices. So yeah, the conclusions for this particular research were not so promising in the sense that digestion of the type of food waste that we were looking at were not so promising, where they were basically lacking. But we think that if we can, engage with different, I mean, if the province of Friesland or other province in the Netherlands can create these partnerships between producers of biogas from the digestion and, coordinate the small producers and also investigate other type of subsidies that can really support the combination of organic matter streams in a safely manner, of course, then technologically talking, this can be an interesting managerial approach to reduce this high manure issue in the Netherlands, but elsewhere as well. So there are future research to be done, and well, we are very interested to look at the Indonesian situation. If there is interest from your side, I know you have a large institute working on agriculture education as well and research. So we are open to any kind of collaboration. And for now, I appreciate and thank you for your time to listen to my story. So thank you. I stop here.
Very interesting talks, by the way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next session, question and answer. Please, if you want to if you want to drop a question, just put it in the text box. Right now, we have questions. Maybe you can see it also, Laura.
Yeah.
Hardy, Mullah Warman University. I strongly believe that biogas systems have important effect in terms of the greenhouse gas effect. So based on your experience, what kind of biogas installation method are more suitable to application in tropical countries?
That's a very good question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, you want to answer one by one? Or
I think would be the best. Okay. Yes, okay. Yes. Please. Then I can focus. Yeah, so I'm looking again to the question, biogas systems. I need some clarification in this part. In principle, if you have a suitable gas emission control system in place during the production of biogas through these digestion systems, the emissions of other type of green gas houses should be, mitigated, controlled. I would say that the digestion of manure and organic matter tries actually to contribute to the mitigation of greenhouse emissions. So this can be a way to prevent them actually. I don't know if is in that line the type of question that you were making. Are you suggesting that the production of biogas contributes to greenhouse effects? I think it's in the other way around. If you have in place suitable technological solutions to prevent gas emissions from these facilities. Okay, well, I think I just move on to the next question. I try to answer from both sides. So how are the farmers' response towards the high-cost biogas? Is there a chance to lower the cost of biogas so it can be more commonly used in the future? So the first part of your question is, farmers are very much open to innovative solutions to their problems. They really, for them at this moment, when they are so small that they cannot afford to install by themselves this kind of technologies, they have to pay for the transportation of this surplus manure that they produce that they cannot use in their own farms. So for them, it's an expenditure. So when they have collaboration among them with a group of farmers within a specific area, then they can even generate a beneficial income, or at least reduce some of their cost. For instance, if they produce electricity from this facility, they can distribute the electricity and the energy delivered by this digester. So they save money in a way. Also, they don't have to transport the surplus manure. And there are some kind of subsidies, but as I said, there should be a very large facility if it's only based on manure. The best way to cope with the technology is when you can add other nutrients, like from food waste or organic matter that has not other application. But in the Dutch regulation is very strict, the type of organic matter that can be combined in this kind of technologies. So there are these regulatory restrictions. So, and for farmers, the best way to do that is when they collaborate together. So there are already some good examples. One of them actually nearby the university where we are based. We are in another province. We are not in Friesland. We are in Overijssel. And there are other examples in the country showing how collaboration between several farmers creating a cooperative can allow them to afford this kind of technology. And that's how it has been working so far. Is there a chance to lower the cost for biogas so it can be more commonly used? I don't see how this can be part of the solution. Maybe I don't understand the question. So, do you mean for the users, so that we householders can use biogas in a lower price? From that perspective, we can make it more attractive in the market. I think that should be something to be discussed by the policymakers, how they can incentivize, the use of biogas. I know from this example I mentioned at the end, the Bio LNG initiative in Leeuwarden, they are really making business-to-business relationships. Like, okay, this facility would provide supply, LNG fuel to these particular large companies that are mainly dealing with transportation activities in the country. So that's really already established relationship that guarantees the material flows needed to keep the operation of the digester constantly operating and working and delivering what is expected. So in that sense, that can contribute to the business model of this particular technology. So I'm moving to the next question, if I still have time. Yes. The concept of sustainable agriculture is synonymous with low external input. From your explanation, this concept seems suitable to be applied in the Netherlands, where the number of livestock is more than agricultural land, so that the amount of manure also exceeds the need. In the case of Indonesia, where a lot of land is not textile and the number of livestock is very limited, is this a concept feasible to be applied in Indonesia? Yeah, I got the point. I think that the term of sustainable agriculture can be seen from the materialization side, like make use of less raw materials, less virgin materials, as you are, I think, stating here. In the conditions of Indonesia, I think independently of the contextual situation in terms of resources, that should be something that we as global, let's say, society should look at. Try to be more assertive with the natural resources that we have. So try to use less raw materials by any means. Why? Because, well, as I said at the beginning, the resources are limited. It can be that in some regions it doesn't look like that, but this is a long-term vision. We have to protect those resources that we already have, and make a better, smarter choices when it comes to the current resources that we are already putting in products and services. So the sustainable agriculture, sustainable production and consumption in general should call for making better choices in terms of how we are dealing with our resources, no matter where. I hope I answered your question.
Well, for those who dropped the question, perhaps if you want to give clarification, just put it in the box, and hopefully still have time to continue the discussions. Thank you very much, Laura. It's very interesting indeed because, the Indonesian and Netherlands have different situation, different conditions.
I know.
Yes. Another question. In this case, talking about the main year circularity, what could be the enabling conditions to start with?
Okay. I probably forgot to mention, but collaboration is very important. Circular economy cannot be done with only, one stakeholder intentions, like we really want to make the production and consumption systems to become more circular. It's like sustainability, you really need a large number of groups of interest, the stakeholders. The business should be pretty much, involved. Why? Because those are, the industrial sectors are those making the use of most of the resources that the ecosystem can provide. So, business to business collaboration is something that one can already observe when it comes to circular economy, like, ecological symbiosis is meant. The input of one company can be, the output of one company can be the input of other company. They just try to, make sure that the quality of those resources already used or not used can be applied to other activities. So collaboration is one of the most important enablers of any circular economy. Sorry, I hear some voice.
Yes, please.
So that can be definitely one of those enablers. From the policy making perspective, I think suitable policies that enable, this collaboration on the one hand, and I would say work on definitions like what can be considered waste and what should be considered a resource still. So in many cases, this can be a barrier instead of enabler, that some materials that can have still some value are treated mostly as waste. And in some contexts, I know they don't even have a specific treatment before they are just disposed, which I find a real that we are missing opportunities there. Like there are materials that can still have other applications after they are consumed. And because they are not properly managed, they ended up in landfills or areas where they are just not recovered. Their value are not recovered anymore. So there are many examples I could mention here, but I believe that we are running out of time.
Yes, I think we still have three more minutes.
Okay, so we have time.
Yes,
Good.
yes, because we start a bit late. Is that okay?
Sure. If yes, why not? Yes.
Yes. Okay. Another one. So the circular economy itself has potencies. To be applied in Indonesia, including in manure. Because so far we have experienced that the manure turn to what do you call it? Turn as fertilizers, and also small system biogas. Can we also say that it's part of circular economy?
Well, I think so. I think that when this kind of organic matter is properly treated, that can definitely contribute to circular economy because on the one hand, it saves money, to be disposed, to be transported and disposed in this case. And on the other hand, through these technologies, you can get some energies. There is an important calorific potential on the manure that can generate biogas. Biogas can be transformed into electricity and heat, and part of this digestion that is called digestate can be treated and used as organic fertilizer, even in the same area of the farming production. So I think there are many interesting positive sides of using this kind of technology. And don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating only for the digestion. It's that we just focus on this particular, technology. But there might be other, ways to also valorize the nutrients that manure has. In general.
Thank you very much, Laura. It's very, very interesting and insightful talk, I think, because the circular economy itself here is not, it hasn't becoming a custom. So it's still a new idea, try to be implemented. We still learn bit by bit, but the aim is there, and we try to achieve there. Also, for the participant, if there are any questions that we haven't answered, we will open for any further communication. Laura, again, thank you very much. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank you for joining us today.
Julie,
yes?
I just want to say thank you to you for this great invitation. I was honored to be part of your event, and I just want to encourage everybody who has this concern about the environment and the well-being of society to invest, their time and talents to make this planet a better place for us and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Also to all our participants, I thank you very much for your active participations. Hope this talk bring benefit, and on behalf of moderator and the committee, I would like to close the session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Laura.
Test. Okay, dear all the audiences, the attendance list is already available on the chat box. And now we will announce the 6 best participants for today. Yeah. As we can see here, there are 6 best participants today. For the winners, don't forget to contact our committee to claim your prize. Congratulations! And for the next session, we will have a parallel session, which will have 4 topics. The first is social and economic empowerment. The second is tropical ecosystem and environment. The third is tropical natural products, and the last is multidisciplinary. For all the presenters, we will divide it into some break rooms. Don't hesitate to chat and inform us to accept your invitation to the break room. And I will also remind you to change your name, which is already written on the chat box.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pak Hadi, good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, Pak Budis. Thank you for all.
Hello, good afternoon, dear participants. How are you today?
Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry, I'm using a different background because I forgot to download it.
Yeah, but your background look very nice.
Hopefully.
Sorry. Mari.
You're waiting, Dr. Hardy.
Yes, my background is not compatible in my computer. Okay.
I think you should use the green screen behind your computer, your camera. Sometimes the computer is not supported. Now we just wait for the main moderator, Dr. Hardy. I'm just the co-moderator. How are you, Miss Devita Garcia? Garcia or Garcia?
I am fine, thank you, sir.
Where you come from?
I am from University of Mula Warman.
Okay. Are you a lecturer or student?
I am a student, sir.
Okay. Which faculty are you?
I am from Department of Environmental Engineering.
Okay. School of Engineering. Right. That's Dr. Hardy, our main moderator has come. Okay. Let you in charge, Dr. Hardy.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm very delightful to be here, and I would like to say thank you for your coming to all of presenter and participant who have attended today on the 5th International Conference of Tropical Studies and its Application 2021, which is organized by Mula Warman University in collaboration with Islamic Development Bank and Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education of the Republic of Indonesia. First of all, I would let me introduce myself. My name is Hardy. I'm a lecturer in Mula Warman University. Actually, this break room conference conduct for college, lecturer, and researchers who focusing on tropical ecosystem and environment. And for today, me and Dr. Ari, as a moderator, will be arrange, guide, and mediate this parallel presentation class to present about the research funding and discussion according to the topic. And then furthermore, before we go into presentation season, I will introduce my colleague as a second moderator. He is a Dr. Ari Wibowo. He will guide for the next season, and at the end of this season, we will announce the best presenter. So we have 11 presenters today, and about the rule of time and oral guideline will be described by Dr. Ari. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Ari.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hardy. And then I'm delighted to be here. Okay, dear participants, before we're going to present or do the presentations about your research findings, and then I just want to give like a rule of times for our session. Actually, our sessions will be divided into two groups, and for the first group, it consists of the 5 participants or 5 presenters, and then afterwards continue with the second group, consists of 6 participants. And then for the first groups, I just want to remind all its presenters they have to present their presentations only within 7 minutes. And then afterward, after 5 presentations, 5 presenters, and then continue with the Q&A, question and answer. Around each presenters need to answer the questions around 3 minutes. And then after, for the participants who wants to give the questions for the other presenters, and we provide from the chat box. And then after if the chat box is flooding with the questions, and I will move that questions into the PowerPoint screens. Okay, and then after, I just want to start with the first groups. Consists of the 5 presenters. Consists of first presenters, Miss Joan Angelina Williams et al. And then the title is the Diagnosed Digestive Disease and the Selection of Borneo Medicinal Plants as an Alternative Treatment. And then for the second is Neuronovalia Cartica, Effect of UVA, and then UVC, UVI, and then TiO2, and then UVC, TiO2 for degrading synthetic dyes. And then for the third, Devita Garcia Nafdila Sumorangkir, and the title is the Photocatalyst, Effect of Variation, TiO2, and UVC concentration to degrade variations in concentration of synthetic compounds, methylene blue, and interfering substances. And then for the fourth, Indah Krishnawati, and the title is Pollinator-Friendly Plants for Supporting Pollinator Insect Conservation on Agroforestry in Jatiarjo, Prigen, East Java. And the last one, on the 5th, for the first group, is Dr. Encik Ahmad Saifuddin. And the title, Response of Salads, Allium ascolonicum, and its diseases on the tree compost, fertilizer, and frequency of weed control. And then I just ask for all presenters and participants, please mute your microphone during the presentation so the presenters can give the presentation smoothly and clearly. Okay, without further ado, and then please for Miss Joan Angelina to give the presentation, and then your time 7 minutes, and the time and the screen is yours.
And please, to all of participants, if you have some comment or question, to write up in the column chat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, I'm Chitra. Today I'm going to present my research with a title, Diagnosed Digestive Disease and the Selection of Borneo Medicinal Plants and Alternative Treatment. Introduction. Health is one of the most important aspects of being able to do several activities. Maintaining a healthy lifestyle can help the body avoid various diseases. Digestive system disease can occur by the disturbance of one or more digestive system organs. Therefore, this study focused on an expert system applied by people who want information regarding digestive system disease using the certainty factor method and display the species of Borneo medicinal plants. Methodology. Point 1. Expert system. An expert system is a system that can solve a problem that an expert can only solve. Point 2. Digestive system disease. The human digestive system is a system that helps produce nutrients from food to become energy in the body. Point 3. Medicinal plants. Medicinal plants is traditional medicine as ingredients or in the form of a plant, animal, mineral, genolic preparation, or a mixture of these materials. These have traditionally for treatment. Point 4. Certainty factor. The certainty factor presents a belief in an event based on expert thinking, evidence, and judgment. The certainty factor formula can be seen in equation 1. The certainty factor of rules concluding the same hypothesis are calculated from the function for certainty factor defined as CF combined. The formula of CF combined used depends on whether the individual certainty factors are positive or negative. Result and discussion. In this research, an expert system could diagnose digestive disease and provide solution in medicinal plans
Recording in progress.
as an alternative treatment. The digestive disease diagnosis expert system use the forward-chaining inference method and certainty factor. The system flow in diagnosing digestive disease using the certainty factor method in figure 2. When users access the system, the first thing they see in the mind is the mind page of the expert system. Figure 3 describes the mind page. The consultation page contains the user data and a list of symptoms of digestive disease, along with options in the form of certainty term. The consultation page is in figure 4. For example, when the user selects 5 symptoms as follows: point 1 to 5, based on this fact, the certainty factor calculation, the step for applying the CF method in identifying are as follows: rule 3. If Z08 and Z09 and Z10 and Z11, then also. The calculation of CF value using equation 1 and CF combination value using equation 2, the result of this calculation are in table 2. Based on the calculation result above, the disease that has a high CF value in ulcer disease. Accordingly, the diagnosis result of user experienced ulcer disease are 87.33%. And medicinal plan used as alternative treatment are cinnamon, herring, and guava leaf. Table 3 states that some plants as an alternative treatment for ulcer disease. The diagnosis result can be seen in figure 5. Conclusion. Based on the expert system research, result in diagnosing digestive disease and selection of medicinal plant as alternative healing, the method certainty factor could apply an expert system for diagnosing digestive disease based on a website with a value of 87.33% for ulcer disease, and the type of medicinal plant used are cinnamon, herring, and guava leaf. Okay, that's my presentation about my research. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the enlightening research findings, okay, and how to connect on website and then try to find out about their diseases, actually for the gastroenteritis or what some things about the digestive system. Okay, for the next presenter is Ms. Nuranovalia Kartika, and then the title is The Effect of UVA and UVC, and then the time and screen is yours.
Thank you. Please allow me to share screen my research PowerPoint. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the opportunity has given to me in this afternoon My name is Nurulnovalia Kartika from Department of Environmental Engineering, Mula Warman University. And on this occasion, I will present the research that I, Fariza Adnan, Ikame Cahyanti, and Muhammad Bushairi have done with the research about effect of UVA, UVC, UVA titanium dioxide, and UVC titanium dioxide for degrading synthetic dyes. This research was conducted because the textile industry has been using synthetic dyes such as non-biodegradable azo dye. Azo dye was difficult or need longer time to biodegrade. Photocatalyst reactions are projected more effective to remove textile dye contaminants than adsorption and filtration processing methods. Titanium dioxide is one of catalysts that are well known to be ideal photocatalyst due to chemical inert, stable, and easy to synthesize. Titanium dioxide could generate radicals with illumination of specific wavelength of UV. UV play as energy source to electron or hole reaction. This study was conducted to remove azo compounds methyl orange using UVA, UVC, UVA titanium dioxide, and UVC titanium dioxide. This research can be applied as an alternative to wastewater treatment containing azo dye, which are commonly used in the textile and clothing industry. Titanium dioxide powder was prepared by sol-gel method using ethanol, titanium butoxide, and DI water with ratio 3:1:4. Sol-gel method have four main steps are hydrolysis, condensation, aging, and drying. We use 4 black box reactors with a size of 40-45 centimeters to react the photocatalyst. Process with 2 boxes contain UVA lamp and 2 other boxes contain UVC lamp. In each box, 2 lamps are installed. The distance between the solution and the light was 8 centimeters. The methyl orange standard solution was made using 0.05 grams of methyl orange powder, which was diluted into 100 ml of distilled water to obtain a 500 ppm of methyl orange solution. Then, a 5 ppm methyl orange solution was made in 500 ml of pH 7. Effect of UVA, UVC, UVA titanium dioxide, and UVC titanium dioxide were conducted. The effect of pH 3 and pH 10 were also studied. Then, the variation of concentration of methyl orange 10 and 15 ppm was diluted with water at pH 7, which was reacted with UVA titanium dioxide. Sample was taken every 30 minutes for 5 hours. The samples were then tested using UV spectrophotometry with a wavelength of 464 nanometers. Based on figure 3 and 4, we can see that in UVA light, with the addition of titanium dioxide catalyst, the degradation that occurs is much higher than the UVC photocatalyst reaction with a titanium dioxide catalyst. Based on research by Foresca Cervantes 2020 regarding the band gap effect for titanium dioxide photocatalyst, it was found that titanium dioxide in the form of anatase is more suitable and able to react better to light with a wavelength about 380 nanometers. It can be said that titanium dioxide is able to react better to form hydroxyl radical compounds in UVA light, where UVA light itself has a wavelength ranging from 315 to 400 nanometers. Based on figure 5, it can be seen that the use of pH 7 in methyl orange solution has the ability to degrade organic compounds greater than pH 3 and pH 10. It is known that in a pH 3 solution, the photocatalyst reaction is only able to degrade methyl orange by 37.70%, and in a solution of pH 10, the photocatalyst reaction was able to degrade methyl orange by 49.47%. Meanwhile, at pH 7, it was able to increase the degradation of titanium dioxide catalyst. It was able to degrade methyl orange by 65.55%. Titanium dioxide powder contains radical compounds that can degrade organic compounds. From the figure 6b side, it can be seen that 0.5 grams titanium dioxide have the same radical compounds form and the absorbance ability. So
1 minute left. 1
So
minute.
it can be said that the smaller the concentration of metal orange, the higher the percentage of degradation. From the research we have done, it can be concluded that the degradation reaction of metal orange was tested using a concentration of 5 ppm of metal orange solution. Sampling was carried out every 30 minutes for 5 hours, then tested using UV spectrophotometry with a wavelength along 464 nanometers. The result of photocatalysis of metal orange dye were 14.17% and 12.62% for UVA and UVC respectively, while the degradation using UVC titanium dioxide and UVA titanium dioxide were 58.49% and 65.55% respectively. pH variation and metal orange concentration were conducted. The optimum result at pH 7 were 37.08% and 27.33% for 10 ppm and 15 ppm respectively. Thank you for all the attention you give to our presentation. Good afternoon and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam for your presentation. And then for the next presenter is Miss Devita Gracia Naftilas Morantir, and then the title is Photocatalyst Effect of Variations in Titanium Oxide and UVC Concentration to Degrade Variations in Concentration of Synthetic Compounds, in bracket methylene blue, and interfering substances. And the time and screen is yours, Miss Devita.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me share screen my PowerPoint. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the time that given to me. And the second time, let me introduce myself. My name is Devita Gracia Naftilas Morantir. I am from Department Environmental of Engineering from University of Pulau Warman. On this occasion, I will present a paper entitled Degradation of Methylene Blue Using Titanium Dioxide, UVC Photocatalyst, and Role of Scavenger. Introduction. Textile dye is a non-biodegradable pollutant, generally made from azo compounds and their derivatives, which are benzene groups. Azo compounds are used as dyes, which are called azo dyes, state Nurlani 2017. Dye waste is an organic compound that is difficult to decompose, resistant, and toxic. One of the dyes that are often used in the textile industry is methylene blue because the price is affordable and easy to obtain. The use of methylene blue can cause effects, such as if swallowed, it can cause digestive tract irritation, cyanosis if inhaled, and irritation if touched by the skin. Therefore, finding an effective treatment method for wastewater-containing dyes has become an important research goal. One alternative in terms of handling the dye liquid waste is use the photocatalytic method. This photocatalytic method decomposes the dye contained in the waste into simple components so that it's safer for the environment. The purpose of this study was to determine the degradation of methylene blue using titanium dioxide UVC photocatalyst and role of scavenger. This research used the photocatalytic method. Photocatalysis is considered an effective system for the mineralization of many organics through the generation of radicals such as superdioxide and hydroxyl radical. The hydroxyl radical has been the main responsible species for the oxidative degradation of organic pollutants. The photocatalysis method can be carried out using a catalyst in the form of a semiconductor such as titanium dioxide. In this research, titanium dioxide will be obtained from a synthesis of titanium dioxide using the sol gel method. The sol gel method is divided into 4 stages. The first stage is hydrolysis, and then condensation, and then aging, and the last stage is drying. Result and discussion. Effect of titanium dioxide dosage. A study of the effect of titanium loading on the photodegradation of methylene blue is depicted in Figure 1. The graph shows that the amount of catalyst used determines the intensity of the methylene blue color. The best percentage degradation result was obtained with the addition of 0.5 grams titanium dioxide to methylene blue solution with a removal of 53.36%. A variation of titanium dioxide 0.75 grams and 1 gram, there was a decrease in catalyst activity. The results show that the removal percentage decreased with a further increase in the titanium dioxide loading. Effect of methylene blue concentration. As shown in figure 2, the absorbance value decreased with increasing solution intensity. In the variation of concentration of the 5 ppm methylene blue solution, the amount of degradation was 53.36%. The percentage of degradation of methylene blue solution at 10 ppm was decreased, 27.89%, while the highest concentration of methylene blue solution at 50 ppm had the lowest percentage of removal of 24.11%. This study shows that increasing the concentration of the solution decreased its photocatalytic activity. Effect of scavenger. Figure 3 shows that adding calcium carbonate to methylene blue solution results in photocatalysis. The percentage of degradation was 89.72% with the addition of 10 mg of calcium carbonate. After adding 20 mg of calcium carbonate, the percentage of degradation decreased to 80.2%. The results indicate that the addition of calcium carbonate to the photocatalysis process has a positive effect. It is the role of calcium carbonate to be a titanium dioxide buffer rather than an absorbent, so that it can increase the photocatalytic process. The conclusion: in this study, the degradation of methylene blue was carried out by UVC light with a neutral solution. The result obtained in the study that the optimum dose of titanium dioxide in degrading 500 milliliters of 5 ppm methylene blue dye is 0.5 grams. This result indicates that an excessive dose in the photocatalytic process will inhibit photocatalytic performance. In the various concentration, it was found that the optimum concentration of methylene blue solution in the photocatalysis process was 5 ppm with a degradation percentage of 53.36%. The photocatalytic technique is favorable at low methylene blue concentration as the percentage removal decreased with increasing the dye concentration. The addition of calcium carbonate in the photocatalysis process has a positive effect. With the addition of 10 mg calcium carbonate, it can degrade methylene blue organic compounds with a high value 86.72%, and with the addition of 20 mg calcium carbonate, the percentage of the degradation is 80.23%. That is all about my presentation. Thank you very much for your great attention. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you for a nice presentation. Okay, let's jump in for the next presenters. Miss Indah Krishnawati, and then the title is the Pollinator-Friendly Plants for Supporting Pollinator Insect Conservation on Agroforestry in Jatiarjo, Prigen, East Java. And the time and screen is yours, Miss Indah Krishnawati.
Thank you very much, moderator. Today I would like to ask permission to share my PPT. Okay. Oh.
Aku ada suaranya.
Tidak ada suara. Sebentar. Oke. Tes. Suara saya sudah terdengarkah?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear clear.
Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all of participants, all of moderator and presenters. Today I would like to share our research about pollinator insect conservation in mountain agroforestry in Prigen, East Java. Okay. The first of all, we know that plant pollinators by animals is a critical ecosystem service, and it's estimated about 85% of wood flowering plants depends on animal, especially insect for pollination. And about 35% of global crop production is depend on pollination by animals. Also, insect pollination of white plants are known to be a critical life support mechanism for biodiversity and ecosystem services. So in this slide, this is evidence about the trends that insect pollinator begin to decline. For example, this one is wild bee and hoverfly declines in Europe. And the second one is extinctions in bumblebee and butterfly in Northern Hemisphere. And the last one is insect pollinator declines in tropical regions. But the problem is the data on insect pollinator in the tropical regions still sparse. Okay, in this study objective is based on the fact that many researchers suggested that management of the existing habitat and restoring additional habitat for pollinator has been demonstrated to increase pollinator abundance and diversity. So in this, many research, the agroforestry is adding structural and functional diversity in agricultural landscape, may be able to support pollinator conservation and pollinator services system. Wait a minute. So the further research is required to tease out the relative contribution of plant diversity and its functional role to tropical pollinator biodiversity. And the focus on this study is the most important group of pollinators and the diversity and functional role of woody plants in the study area. So the data of this study will be useful as a baseline for future pollinator conservation program related to sustainable agriculture and forest management in East Java. This is our research sites. We survey flower or plant visitor in the field tropical agroforestry in Jati Arjo village in Prigen. This agroforestry represented a sub-mountain forest ecosystem and have elevation about 550 meters above sea level. We use two sampling protocols, namely hand netting using insect sweep net and also colored pen traps. This is a colored pen trap. We use a yellow pen trap. After we collect the insect pollinators, we preserve the insect specimen into wet specimen and dry specimen. Now we go to the result. According to the general pollinator insect, we have a total of 676 individuals from 3 orders. The result also show that the order Hymenoptera constitute the most abundance, about 58% of total pollinators, whereas Hymenoptera constitute 32%.
1 minute left.
Okay, sorry. The pollinator, we can see that the family composition is, there's a 4 family that most high species richness. This is the diversity profile. We can see that the dominance in this, the dominance, the higher level of diversity is represented by butterflies and bees. This is rank abundance. We can see that here the three most species is Musca, Eurema, and Blanda. This is rank abundant curves of overall pollinators. And we can see here that three most abundant species are named. Actually, the rank abundant curves is to visualize pollinator species by their relative abundance. So we use this curve to show that there were many species with low abundance, but few with much higher abundance. This is the abundance curve of butterflies. We can see that the three most abundant species. This is the abundant curve of bees. And this is the abundance curve of moths. And this is the composition of plants. We can see that the observation of association plants with pollinator insect in agroforestry show that most of plants have a role as both food plant and larva host plant, followed by this one, followed by host plant, and finally act as food plant. Among both and food plants and larva host plant, the most abundant species is Melati Jepang and Ruelia ungu. Among the larva host plant, the most abundant the most abundant plant species is Meniran, Philanthus urinaria, and Ginseng Jawa of Talinum paniculatum. And this is the composition among the food plants only. We can see that Cosmos caudatus, Organikir, Tridax, or Geletang, and Tembelekan is three most abundant species. So we can see that the host plant for insect larvae is a key to success in pollinator insect conservation. So these plants are necessary for insect larvae to grow and develop into adult insect. Also, we planting more and more diversity of host plant. It will ensure the sustainability of food for the next generation of pollinator insect. Okay, this is our conclusion. We can conclude that overall level of pollinator diversity is relatively high, but among pollinator insect, the butterflies is high level of diversity. And also, there were many species with low abundance, but few much in higher abundance. And the existence of pollinator management by enriching plant species is have potential able to support high species richness and abundance, and also the diversity of pollinator insect. I think that's all of my presentation. I'm really sorry for the delay this one. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then for the last presenter for these groups is Dr. Encik Ahmad Saifuddin, and then the title is The Response of Salads, Allium ascolanicum, and its diseases on the tree compost, fertilizers, and frequency of weed control. And then Dr. Encik Ahmad Saifuddin, the times and screen is yours. Dr. Encik Ahmad Saifuddin.
There is no Dr. Encik. I think we can jump to the next presenter.
Next presenter or for the Q&A?
For next presenter, I think it would be better.
Okay. Okay, for the next presenter is Mr. Kadis Mujiono. Okay, Mr. Kadis Mujiono, and the title is Insecticidal Activity of Kirinya Leaf Extract against Armyworm Spodoptera litera F. And the time and screens is yours, Dr. Kadis.
All right. Can you hear my voice?
Yes,
I
sir.
can hear you loud
Clear and loud.
Okay, thank you so much. I will try first to share my screen. I hope I can do it properly. Just wait. Okay, now you can see the screen.
Yep.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Kadis Mujiono from the Laboratory of Plant Pest and Disease, Faculty of Agriculture, Mulawaraman University. So today I would like to present my results of my experiment. This experiment was done a few years ago in the laboratory of Plant Pest and Disease laboratory in Mulawaraman University. So my title is the insecticidal activity of Crinio leaf extract against armyworm, Subdiptera litura. This is the Lepidopteran insect. So my background of the experiment is that, as you can see in this figure is Chromalena odorata plant, or in Indonesia, many people say this is the Crinio. The Crinio is one of the tropical and subtropical species or flowering herb in the sunflower family. So in 19th century, this invasive plant escaped from the botanical garden in Java and also from Sri Lanka. So now this plant is already spread around the world, and this has become one of the invasive plants, and this status is also as a weed of in agriculture. But this plant is already known that this plant has many bioactive compounds from the Crinio leaf extract. Now some compound is already identified as alkaloid, terpenoid, flavonoid, quinone, tannin, polyphenol, steroid, and some terpenoid. So this plant have potential use as a pesticide in agriculture. And on the other hand, this figure, you can see that this is the insect figure. This larvae is a tropical armyworm. The scientific name is Spodoptera litura. So this armyworm is a serious polybagus pest in Asia. About 87 species of the plant is parasitized by this insect, and most of the plant is an economic important plant. So this insect is one of the dangerous pests in agriculture, especially in Indonesia. So as you can see here in this figure, I got this figure is from the internet. So in this figure, you can see the damage symptom from the larvae. So this is the young larvae. This is the second, or this is the first instar of this larvae. They can feed on the plant and then make a seriously damage in the plant. And even sometimes we cannot harvest anything from the plant when this insect is attacked. So what we want to know in this experiment? So we want to know the potential of Crinio plant used as insecticide in agriculture. So how the life cycle of this insect is about 32 to 60 days. So from the egg until the adult. So egg will hatch to become the larvae, and larvae consists of about 5 to 6 instar, and then from the larvae will develop to be the pupa, and pupa will hatch to become a moth or adult. So which insect is the status is pest is only in the larvae. So the other stages, the status is not pest, but only the larvae. Even the adult sometimes as a pollinator, but this insect is active at night, so not really important in pollination. But the status as pest is on the larvae. So how we conduct the experiment? So the experiment was done in the laboratory. So firstly, we prepare the insect. So we rear the insect in the laboratory. So we rear the insect with artificial diet. And then when we get the population enough for experiment, and then we conduct the experiment. The crino leaf of the crino, we extract with we get the crude extract with the simple extraction, and then this larvae for several days, 1 or 2 days, we feed with the natural diets before we use as insects bioassay. So we use Mecania micaranta as the natural diet of the insect before we use as a bioassay. So the level of the concentration of the crino leaf extract consists of 5 level of concentration, 6 level of concentration, including the control, 0 gram per liter. And we dip this artificial diet into the extract for a few minutes, and then after that we feed the insect with this leaf after we treat with the extract of crino. And then the results show that, as you can see here in the first graph, in this first graph, you can see that the 0 concentration or the control, the feeding activity is quite low, but statistically not different. Sorry, I think I missed. All right, this is I think this is the correct figure.
You have 1 minute left, Dr. Haris.
Okay. And the larva mortality, you can see here, the larva mortality is quite high in the treatment. So all the treatments show the same result, that when we treat the plant with crino leaf extract, and then the mortality is higher compared to the control. And then the formation of the imago or adult, you can see here, the adult is most of adult is failure to be adult, so most of larva is dead, so it cannot become adult. And then this damage sign, you can see here, this is the normal insect, but the treated insect, you can see here, this is not healthy, so this is almost dead. And then this one is normal adult, this is the moth, but this is the failure formation from the pupa. So this pupa is also cannot change to be adult. So the conclusion is that the results show that the crino leaf extract treatment with concentration of from 40 gram per liter is significantly increased the mortality of armyworm larvae by 72%, and crino leaf extract also increased the imago formation failure by 86%. So these results suggest that crino has potentially used as a botanical insecticide to control armyworm. So finally, I would like to thank to my team, Pak Ugianur and Hijriah. This is my student. So thank you so much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Kadis. I taking over of Dr. Ari because he has something to do. And then I think we can straight away continue to the next presenter. What about Miss Nurul Puspita Palupi? Is she attended today? No? Okay.
I'm sorry, Pak Suhardi. I think he shared the video.
Oh, okay. He shared the video. Okay.
Maybe the IT team can help.
Okay, IT team, maybe you can share the video.
Please, the IT team, can you support us and then share the video so everybody can see the video? Because we have limited time. I think it's time to jump in for the next presenter, Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, we can jump into Dr. Hadi Pranoto first. Yep, and then the IT team can prepare for the Nurul Puspita Palupi slide.
Okay, for the next presenter is Dr. Hardy Pranoto, and the title is The Intercropping Pattern of Corn, Maize, and Peanuts on Cavendish Banana. Plantation to land productivity increases. The time and screen is yours, Dr. Hardy. Dr. Hardy?
Unmute. Okay, thank you. I mute. Thank you for Pak Ari, and I will share my screen, share screen my PPT.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for moderator, for participant, and the other. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like introduce of myself and my team. I am Hadi Pranoto. I come from Department of Agro-Ecotechnology, Agriculture Faculty, Mula Warman University, and my team is Doni Donanto, Penny Bujawati, and Sofian, and 3 students. They all team is come from Department of Agro-Ecotechnology, Fakultas Mula Warman University. Thank you. Okay. Hello.
Pak Adi, could you mind to please make it full screen?
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Thank you. I would like presentation. My title of my research is the intercropping pattern of corn and peanut on Cavendish banana plantation to land productivity increase. This research funding is Islamic Development Bank, and the research is new beginning. And then I would like presentation just to proposal. Introduction. One of the problem of support the food security, increasing land productivity and product of farming is limited lands. To the solve of this problem, necessary the efficiency of agriculture pattern with intercropping. Intercropping in Cavendish banana. Intercropping is Cameron banana plantation is one alternative can do in the East Kalimantan. The effort on increased product and land productivity, we don't planting in the Cavendish banana plantation. Why we planting in the Cavendish banana plantation? Because in the Cavendish banana plantation, there are the space that is still used for cultivation of corn and peanuts. In this land, it is effective that there is a symbiosis of mutualism between bananas that have a positive impact on the soil. Corn get additional nutrition and due to fixation and peanut still get growing species between corn farming. This is land preparation and the condition land for plantation. This is banana. This is banana plantation. There are land space between banana and the row. This is preparation to the planting of corn and peanuts, and then the intercropping penetration, the condition now, corn and peanut, tumpang sari atau intercropping in Indonesian, tumpang sari. The purpose of this research to know the interaction between the planting distance and pick up fertilization dose to growth and yield of corn and peanut. Second, find out what the NPK doses and the planting distance of corn and peanut on intercropping planted in Cavendish banana plantation. And the third, calculated the value of land equivalent. Sorry, it's not equality, but equivalent. Calculated the value of land equivalent ratio or layer in the cropping corn and peanut in Cavendish banana plantation. Method: the research was conducted in field laboratory, Faculty of Agriculture Mula Warman University at Teluk Dalam District, Kutai Kartanegara Regency in August to November 21. Field research design using 3x3 factorial group design. The research parameter of corn are plant height, crop length, seed number of corn crop, weight of 1,000 seeds, and dry weight of 1,000 seed, total weight of seed. And then while the parameter of peanut are the weight of 1,000 seed and the dry weight of peanut pods. From the corn and peanut production data, furthermore calculated the value of land equivalent ratio, there where the value of layer indicates the efficiency. Layer is indicate the efficiency of land use in agriculture cultivation. The overall data analysis, use variant analysis, and if there are a real difference in treatment, will be carried out advanced test BNT 5%.
1 minute,
Thank you very much, and thank you for all. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh. Okay. I think we jump for the next presenters, Mr. Muhammad Sumiran Paputungan, and then the title, The Quantifying Carbon Stock in Mangrove Restoration Area of Lembar Bay in Lombok. And the time and screen is yours, Mr. Muhammad Sumiran Paputungan. Mr. Muhammad Sumiran. There is no response.
There is no response. I think we can.
Okay, for the next presenter. And then for the next presenter, Miss Joan Angelina Widians. And the title is the Text Document Clustering with Evolutionary Computational a Review. The time and screen is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Mr. Mrs. Okay. Okay. This the presentation is the text documents clustering with evolutionary computational a review by Joan Angelina Widians and Ashari Ashari from Department of Informatics, Faculty of Engineering, Mulauman University, Samarinda, Indonesia, and Department of Computer Science and Electronics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Okay, the first thing first, I want to explain about the definition of clustering. The clustering is a typical unsupervised learning technique for grouping similar data points. A clustering algorithm assign a large number of data points to a smaller number of groups such that data points in the same group share the same properties. In the contrast, in different groups, they are dissimilar. Categorize most document clustering algorithms into two main groups, partitioning and hierarchical clustering groups. Document clustering is a fundamental precursor process to text clustering used to organize unsupervised documents, text mining, automatic topic extraction, and information retrieval, Kadim et al. Interestingly, to split documents into their parent group, they can handle documents with unlabeled or unauthorized cluster. Okay, and is evolutionary computation. There is two evolutionary computation techniques. The first one is evolutionary algorithms, EA, and swarm intelligence, SI. The two differ on the foundation and metaphor used. EA, or evolutionary computation, is a theory of evolution proposed by Charles Darwin. And meanwhile, SI is based on motion coordination using decentralized control and can organize itself. SI focus on collective behavior resulting from local interactions between one individual and another and between individuals and their environment. Evolutionary clustering is present to optimize clustering probabilities. Therefore, this paper compares the first algorithm is particle swarm optimization, the second one is N colony optimization, and the third is B colony optimization, and the last one is gray wolf optimization. In this text, there is the algorithm that we use in this text document clustering. Okay, this is an image of the process of text document clustering. The first one we collect the document that we want to the cluster, and then we reprocess the text document. There is 4 steps. The first one is tokenization. Tokenization is a process that splits a stream of text documents into words or terms and removes empty sequence. Taken is word or symbol from the first character to the last character. Okay, the second is stop words removal. Stop words removal is stop words such as an, are, for, be, and other common words are more frequent and short functional words. Also take small weighting. The third is stemming. Stemming is reduce inflectional words to the same root while removing the affixes or prefixes and the suffixes of each word. The The fourth is term weighting. Term weighting is assigned for each term of feature by considering the frequency of each term in the document. After we processing, we represented of the document. After that, we use the algorithm for the clustering. There are 4 algorithm like a PSO, GWO, BCO, and AQO. After we cluster the data with algorithm, we now jump to the validation. There are some metrics for the validation, the purity, like a purity, accuracy, completeness, measure, and RI. RI is adjusted run index. After the validation is fulfilling, we have the result of the cluster document. Okay, some typical fundamental pieces of evolutionary clustering algorithms. Okay, the first one is estimate the population of swarm agents, define the termination condition, create document cluster using agent position or centroids, evaluate the fitness function, agent communication, update and move agents, and return the global based solution. Okay, this is the reference for our paper. And conclusion, according to the results of the survey conducted, can be concluded that the evolutionary algorithms used in document text clustering are still less diverse. The most widely used method in text document clustering is particle swarm optimization. Furthermore, more research is needed in the field of document text clustering using more diverse evolutionary algorithms. Thank you of our presentation.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Okay, it's related to about the 4.0 digital industry, right? Okay. And then after, for the next presenter is Ms. Farida Jumiati Sintania, and the title is Supplier Selection Using AHP, and then the top is a case study in the X bakery. And the time and screen is yours. Ms. Farida, are you still in there?
Thank you, Dr. Ari Wibowo.
Okay, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to present my paper. The title is Supplier Selection Using AHP and TOPSIS, a case study in the X bakery. I am Farida Jumiati Stania from the Department of Industrial Engineering, Engineering Faculty, Mullah Warman University. Okay, the first, why I conduct this paper. The raw materials inventory with adequate quality and quantity is one of the main factors in a company line production. Second, suppliers as a business partners who have an important role in ensuring the availability of raw materials for the company production. And the last reason, the common problems in X bakery are the different prices between each supplier, inaccuracy in delivery times, and non-standard material quality. The purpose of my paper is determine the right supplier of wheat flour at X bakery. Determination of suppliers is done by using the analytical hierarchy process and technique for order preference by similarity to ideal solution, namely TOPSIS. Methodology. This study uses the AHP and TOPSIS methods to determine supplier of wheat flour. The AHP method proposed by Thomas L. Satie is a method used in the decision-making process of complex problems such as planning, determining alternative, setting priority, policy selection, resource allocation, needs determination, needs forecasting, performance planning, optimization, and conflict resolution. TOPSIS method is a decision-making technique from several possible alternative choice. The purpose of this method is to determine the positive and the negative ideal solution. It's about Purnomo et al. And then data collected. The data come from interview and questionnaire. The selected respondents are the business owners who has good information about all of the supplier in his business. Two stages of questionnaire. The first AHP questionnaire to obtain the weight of the criteria and sub-criteria in the completion of the AHP with different priority and weights. The second questionnaire is TOPSIS to give a supplier assessment weight with predetermined criteria for the completion of the TOPSIS. This is the data collected about criteria and sub-criteria. There are 7 criteria. Quality and sub-criteria are the raw material quality, conformance specification, quality consistency. Then criteria is price, the raw material price, and payment method. The third, delivery time and delivery quantity. The fourth, communication, consists of communication type and communication consistency. Work history, ability to keep agreement and ability to keep number and time of order. Operation control, the sub-criteria is valid data, and the last, technical capability. It's about ability to meet targets. There are 7 supplier, 7 potential supplier of the X bakery. They have a connection about 6 until 7 years. The result of this paper, the first paper is comparison matrix, normalization and priority, supplier selection matrix, normalized matrix, weighted normalized decision matrix, positive and negative ideal solution, positive and negative alternative, relative closeness to ideal solution. Of the 7 supplier selection criteria, quality is the priority criterion by X bakery, while work history gets the lowest weight. This means that the X bakery places more emphasis on the performance of current supplier without compromising the track record of partnering. The supplier that is the priority of X bakery to supply with flour is supplier A. Because of the 7 criteria required by X bakery, supplier A has the largest weight rating. Okay, Mr. Ari, it's about my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've just finished for all the presenters, and now it's time for the sessions, the Q&A, question and answer. And now in here the chat box flooding with many questions, not many, only Mr. Andi Pranoto, right? It's okay, no worries. Okay, not flooding the questions. Okay, the first question from Dr. Hadi, addressed to the presenter 4, Ms. Indah Trisnawati. And then the question is, the main structure or component of agroforestry system is trees, tree, and cash crop or annual crops. And the question is, where is dominant effect, the pollinator by insect to trees or pollinator in the cash crop? Ms. Enda, please reply the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak Ari. Thank you very much, Pak Adi Pranoto, for the question. I think, is it possible I answer in bahasa Indonesia? Is it
It's okay.
possible?
Yes,
Okay, because
possible, but you get a penalty.
Thank you.
yeah, I'm really sorry because
No worries.
I considered maybe my English is not good enough, so I think it's misunderstanding in the answer the question. So I think about the dominant effect before pollinator, effect of the pollinator between tree and crop, especially cash crop and annual crops is equal. Menurut pendapat saya, untuk efek dominan pollinator, apakah itu antara pohon di hutan dengan crop, tanaman crop, baik itu cash crop atau annual crop, itu sebetulnya seimbang. Hanya saja tergantung dari sudut pandang fungsi dari pollinator itu sendiri, gitu Pak. Seperti kita tahu, pollinator bisa memiliki fungsi, ada fungsi secara agronomic benefit, terus kemudian economic benefit, misalnya terkait dengan hasil atau produk sampingan dari pollinator, misalnya madu, terus kemudian polen dan lain-lain. Kemudian ada fungsi environmental services atau jasa lingkungan. Nah, ini yang sebetulnya agak sulit dijawab mana yang lebih penting, karena semuanya sama-sama penting. Hanya saja jasa lingkungan itu agak sulit untuk dinominalkan ke dalam keuntungan secara ekonomi. Begitu, sehingga kelihatannya jasa lingkungan itu kurang memiliki efek dominan terhadap pollinator. Misalnya saya bisa memberi contoh jasa lingkungan, pollinator itu sangat penting bagi regenerasi pohon-pohon yang di hutan.
Okay, we got the point, Miss Enda.
Ya.
Okay, we got the point, okay?
Begitu. Karena tanpa,
yes, we got a point. Okay, I think for the next question because we have limited time. I'm sorry. Okay.
Terima kasih Pak Ari. Terima kasih. Semoga.
I would say sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, for the next question, maybe Dr. Hadi has some questions for the presenters.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ari, Pak Ari. I have some question for some presenter, I think, because there is no question in the chat box. As a moderator, we have a responsibility to give a question to know about because we have to fulfill the point, the argument answer question. So for the first presenter, Miss Citra, my question is about, as we know that the last decade, herbal is become very popular in medicine in our country, especially. My question is, what is the challenge to develop medical plan as a herbal plan in terms of diagnosis of digestive disease? What is the challenge? Okay, Ms. Citra, can you give a response?
Okay, thank you for this question. Can I answer in bahasa? Sorry, sir.
Okay. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
But you got the downgrade of your point, right?
But
just give the short answer briefly, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Please.
Okay. So in medicinal plants, jadi tanaman obat itu memiliki suatu senyawa. Dalam satu tanaman obat terdapat banyak senyawa di dalamnya, misalnya bagian akar itu memiliki banyak senyawa sehingga hanya ada satu senyawa yang dapat digunakan dalam sebuah penyakit, sehingga dikatakan tanaman obat setelah melalui berbagai macam step sehingga tanaman tersebut dapat dikatakan sebagai tanaman obat untuk penyakit yang bersangkutan, seperti itu. Sorry, sir.
Okay, no worries. Thank you for your response. And then for the next question for Dr. Nurul, we already appreciate for your presentation. And then my question is, based on your research funding, what is the application of your research in the real life? Ms. Nurul?
Miss Nurul Novalia, right?
Yep.
Please
I'm
answer the question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. Your research is about the effect of UEFA and so on. And then my question is, you got a good result on UFA and what is TiO2 around 65.55%, right? Okay. What is your application of your research in the real life after you got the research funding?
Okay, thank you for the question. So this research can be applied as an alternative towards water treatment containing azodite, which are commonly used in textile and clothing industry. Thank you.
Okay. So it can be applied in textile industry, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Dr. Hardy.
And then I have question for Mr. Kadis.
Okay.
Mr. Kadis.
Dr. Kadis.
Okay, Dr. Kadis. Are you still with us?
Dr. Kadis, there's a question from Dr. Hardy.
No answer. So I will give question for Dr. Hadi.
Thank you.
Dr. Hadi, Pak Hadi, you have explained about the intercropping pattern of corn and peanut on the Cavendish banana. My question is, how is the production of corn and peanut with the intercropping pattern? Is it better or less than normal pattern when they just cultivate by themselves?
Thank you, Mr. Fardi. I think in the intercropping, peanut and corn can increase the productivity of land. Land can increase the land productivity, and then the value of increase can be count by land equivalent ratio. If the value of land equivalent ratio is over 1, mean the intercropping is more than good, is good more than the monoculture atau single culture.
Yep.
I think.
Okay, thank you so much. I got a point. And the last question, I have last question for Widian, Joan Angelina Widian and Tim.
Yes, sir.
Interesting topic that you present today. My question is about the basic question. What is the purpose of the document clustering in algorithm? And then can you explain to us the main benefit for our research data if we convert in algorithm?
Okay. What is the point? What is the point? The clustering of document. The point. The benefit about clustering document is to make a easy task to more searching. Don't know. The benefit of the clustering document is to make the job of the researchers to collect some about the data is more easy. I think I can insert that. It's more easy to collect some data and knowledge.
To collect some data or to find out the data?
No. Yeah, to find.
Okay, to find out the data that we already collect.
Yes.
Okay.
To make it easy.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Ari, maybe you have question because Dr. Kadis he doesn't respond. Maybe you have question for another presenter. Yep.
Okay, I have a question for Miss Garcia. Okay. Like Mr. Hardy said and stated that about how to use this research or experiment for the another application, like such as in industry, like a textile industry, and then how to control the environment. And then based on your research findings, and then I saw this when increase the level of part per million and the combination between the UV, ultraviolet, and then titanium oxide, right? There's a 15 ppm and then 10 ppm and there's 5 ppm and become decreased the methylene blue, right? The concentration become decreased, okay, steadily. Okay, but my question is how the mechanisms of combination between ultraviolet, okay, wavelength, and then also the titanium oxide can reduce the methylene blue.
Miss Devita, you got a point for the question?
I think I can get the point because I already come in the room because unstable connection. Sir, can you repeat the question?
Okay, the question, I just make a simple questions, okay? Based on your research findings and then the concentration of the methylene blue from the combination of the ultraviolet and then the titanium oxide can reduce the methylene blue, right? And then when increase the concentration of the titanium, and then afterward the concentration of methylene blue become decreased steadily. And then I just want to ask you about the mechanisms how that combination can reduce the methylene blue.
I'm sorry before, but I can't speak fluently in English. So if allow, I can answer the question in Bahasa.
Yes, we allow it with some penalties. Will be it's okay, no worries, continue.
Ringkas tesnya Pak, jadi metode yang saya gunakan dalam penelitian saya ini adalah metode fotokatalisis, di mana metode ini menggunakan bantuan sinar UV dengan bantuan katalis. Nah, katalis yang saya gunakan adalah titanium dioxide. Titanium dioxide ini memiliki celah yang di mana
internet connection
diberikan dari sinar tersebut untuk menghasilkan radikal bebas, di mana radikal bebas tersebut yang akan mendegradasi methylene blue, di mana methylene blue ini adalah senyawa organik, sehingga mengubahnya menjadi senyawa yang aman dan juga lebih baik untuk lingkungan. Seperti itu, Pak.
Okay, I get the point. Okay, and then for the next question. Okay, and here there is Miss Farida Jumiati Sitania. Okay, and then based on your research finding about the AHP and then the toxins, why you don't use or why you didn't try to combine with the computer systems or maybe like a software to make it easier to evaluate the supplier or maybe the company? So what is your opinion?
Okay, I want to answer your question. This method, AHP and TOPSIS, in the running, I was used software for HP expert choice. But I want to combine, not combine, but I want to memeriksa. I'm sorry.
Check it.
Memeriksa in the manual, but for of all, in my completion, I was using software expert choice, but because it's not original, I was not stated on my paper.
Okay, and then how to determine if we have 10 suppliers or more than 10 suppliers, and then how to determine which one is the preferred one can give, fulfill the requirement about that company as a supplier?
It's not a problem how much supplier we can get result for it because we use software.
Yes. I mean, how to give the rank and then to evaluate, need to be evaluated like a regular basis, maybe like every 6 months or annually, or maybe every month?
So, every year.
Annually?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, sounds great. And then do we have a time, Dr. Hardy?
Yeah, we have around 10 minutes, but we have to spare 5 minutes and the last for discuss for announce the best presenter.
Okay, I give the question for Dr. Hadi, according to the intercropping, right? The intercropping and then mixed farming or mixed plants between the bananas and then peanuts and also corn. Maybe you try to increase the productivity of land use. Nevertheless, we need to determine about the yields of each plants. There's an effect if we mix the plants between the corn and then bananas and the peanuts. And then how about the results of the yields during the harvest between the peanuts and then corn and banana? It is normal or become a decrease related, become the effect of the mixed farming?
Thank you, Pak Ari. Number one, the banana is we use the land area, yes, land area between banana and banana, and then we plant corn and peanut. This peanut it's 100 days and corn 70 days. Corn we ketika panen ya kita panen corn masih there are planting peanut make and get the full radiation sunflower and then can be active photosynthesis. When the peanut get the sunflower and then photosynthesis active, product is in crisis. Yeah, product the peanut in crisis, and then for the all the productivity of plant is in crisis. Defend the single culture. I think. Okay.
Okay. I got the point.
Dr. Ari, I saw Muhammad Sumiran attended today, so maybe we can give a chance for him to present. We still have time.
No, now it's 4 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock.
Yep. Just maybe for present in the short time. There is no question and answer, so he can get the certificate as a presenter.
Okay.
First, I'm sorry because I joined the TAA room 2 before.
Okay, you can present. The time is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I will share my screen first.
Okay, so I will talk about our study on title about quantifying carbon stock in mangrove restoration area. So my name is Muhammad Sumiran Paputungan, and I'm from Marine Science Program Study, Mulawarman University. So I'm sorry, sorry, my PPT is not working. Okay. So let me start with our introduction and our research goal that the global Earth temperature anomaly is still increased since Industrial Revolution and until now. And this increasing is caused by the CO2 emission in the atmosphere that continue to increase until now. So IPCC or Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change predicted that global anomaly temperature will be exceed 4 degrees Celsius in the year 2100 if mitigation effort is not applied. So if we face this global anomaly temperature that 4 degrees Celsius, then it might be followed by increasing some extreme weather events such as extreme precipitation, or maybe the condition of the Earth's surface will become more hot than now. And in the coastal area, we'll continue to face the sea level rise. So this is a very important issues to our country, since Indonesia is archipelagic countries. So currently, there is a global agreement on tackling the climate change issues that maintain global anomaly temperature below 2 degrees Celsius and preferably below 1.5 degrees Celsius. But to achieve that condition, the climate change mitigation effort is very necessary to reduce the emission in the atmosphere. And Indonesia, as an archipelagic country in the tropic region, Indonesia is reported to have largest mangrove area in the world. So this ecosystem has a crucial services in the climate change mitigation. And since mangrove can absorb the carbon from the atmosphere during photosynthesis and then store it into the biomass and also in the soil. And they also accumulate the carbon organic from the water column that entering this ecosystem, since this ecosystem is still affected by tidal inundation. So this carbon, this ecosystem services is called blue carbon. And it also has been reported that mangrove Indonesia has a high carbon stock, around 1,000 megagram carbon per hectare. And it's also reported that 1 hectare of the mangrove can store more carbon than compared to the terrestrial ecosystem. However, mangrove in Indonesia is continue to decrease, and this would lead the carbon that stored in the mangrove ecosystem will release to the atmosphere, making mangrove as carbon source. So the restoration activity, the restoration process of the mangrove, the area of the mangrove, is very necessary to bring back or to return the mangrove services as the natural carbon sink. So our research goal was to quantify the carbon stock in mangrove restoration area in order to explore the capability of the restoration process in re-establishing the area as the natural carbon sink throughout mangrove ecosystem. So this is our study area, and we differ in 3 sites based on the edge of the mangrove plantation. The edge of the mangrove plantation information we got from local people. So the MR1 is the older restored area, and the second MR2 and the MR3 is relative younger restored area. So we collected the diameter at bridge height.
You have 1 minute left, sir.
Okay, so we quantify the biomass from the DBH, and also we quantify the carbon in the soil. So from that data, we quantify the carbon stock in all ecosystem carbon pool in the mangrove area. So our results that the soil pool is the greater carbon in storing the carbon stock, and high carbon stock found in the old restored area due to large above ground biomass and below ground biomass. But however, the carbon stock in the soil is higher in MR2, so this will lead to no correlation found between carbon stock in biomass in the soil. However, this carbon in MR2 is very high, especially in deep layer, because it's indicated that have high organic matter that accumulated by previously mangrove in the past. However, in the upper layer of the soil, we found that a significant correlation between the carbon stock in the upper soil layer and in the carbon stock in the biomass. So this suggesting that the restoration process can help to restore the mangrove function as climate change mitigation. So our conclusion is the total carbon stock increased with the age of restored mangrove. The results confirm the restoration process could re-establishing the mangrove role as natural carbon sequestration. And the third, the restoration combining with the conservation action could be a critical effort to recover and to maintain the carbon stock in mangrove as well as mangrove function as natural carbon sink. So that's my presentation today, and thank you. And I'm sorry for late joining this group session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Sumiran Paputungan and team. And well, we have finished for all of the presenter. For the next parts, we will take a time around 5 minutes to discuss about the best presenter. So could you mind to wait a moment, please? Okay, thank you very much for waiting. We have discussed, discounted, and we have decided for from all of the presenter. Today, we have chosen one best of the best presenter. I would like to announce the winner is Dr. Farida Jumiati Sitania with a point 3.67. Congratulations for the best presenter today. And then, dear colleagues and all of the participants, I would like to welcome you all to close this parallel session of what has been very useful and constructive meeting. And for the summary of the session, the research finding and anything that we have discussed today is envisioned to be reflection on the future of tropical ecosystem and environment. And the challenges associated with the tropical research is to reverse and degradation of the ecosystem and mitigate environmental problem. So this international conference has emphasized would improve in critical thinking and problem solving. I strongly believe that the research that we have done today, which focusing on the tropical ecosystem and environment, will be continue to be needed in the civilization in dealing with the future problem. Finally, we have to say goodbye. We are really appreciate and thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We can join to the main plenary. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Terima kasih. Leave room.
Recording in progress.
Udah. Iya. Ya. Ini tak Pak Bus di island kok ini tuh. Bapaknya standby. Nggak tahu. Ini masih break dulu Kak, apa langsung pengumuman best presenter, baru Pak Mus, baru closing.
kebanyakan dong, dikit kok baca betul. Dah, cepat, cepat. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Nih, udah lagi sudah stop. Ya situ. 1, 2, 3. Saya dong Pak, sekali. Saya belum pernah foto-foto kayak gini. Umur-umur. Benderanya kepanjangan dulu. Saya baru sadar loh Pak, masalah di foto itu kan saya malah gede. Oh yang rame-rame itu ya? Yang bertujuh ini. Iya. Sering bertujuh itu kan, saya baru sadar saya paling gede. Saya pikir dokteran itu besar kan, masih kalah sama saya. Masker Bu, masker. Oh berduduk boleh Bu. Oh iya.
Sambil pegang ya? Iya. Gayanya. Selesaikan dulu model-model. Pegangan itu ya Pak. Sudah. Kita mulai. Oh pakai HP mulai.
Saya mau foto lagi.
Oh ini yang bunyi itu ya, HP bunyi. 1, 2.
HP baik ini, nggak bisa nyuri orang. Ini masih yang dari sana kan? HP. Dulu mau.
Tadi aku yang belum.
Beda banget kameranya.
Apa nih sih?
Kamera jahat nih.
Aku yang belum yang nggak pakai masker kan. Aku ngomong.
Ya. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Start.
Udah. Kok mau yang berdiri?
Biar apa?
Jumur Cina.
Oh, bisa dari situ. Wih. Gak jam banget sih. Makanya sama kayak gitu.
Waktu nanti dia mau juga.
Mumpung kasih kotak mah. Maju dikit lah, maju dikit. Dikit aja.
Recording in progress.
Tes, ya. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our conference. Now it's time to announce the 6 best presenters. Five. Okay, I'm sorry, I mean the 5 best presenters.
progress. Recording in progress.
Okay, all the audiences, as we can see on the screen, here are the best presenters for today. Congratulations for the winners, and don't forget to contact one of our committee to claim your prize. Okay, before we close our conference today, let us hear the closing speech, which will be delivered by the Executive Director of PIU ISDB Mula Warman University, Dr. S.J. Mustaid Yusuf, MSI.
Okay, thank you, Zah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
After almost a day, we are following and participating the 5th IC Trops. Finally, now it's time for us to close this event. Various topics of research have presented by the keynote speakers and also by the invited speakers, as well as all presenters in parallel session. And hopefully it could become an additional information for us to enrich our knowledge, especially in tropical studies field of research. I do hope for the next year we can still have the 6th IC drops, of course with more interesting topics, and hopefully it could take place offline, because offline meeting have more advantage for us. We can talk directly. Another participant from another university can visit University of Mula Warman and make friendship, cooperation, and of course collaboration between lecturers and researchers from another universities. On behalf of the Project Implementation Unit 4-in-1 Islamic Development Bank Project, University of Mula Warman, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the keynote speakers who have delivered their presentation. The first for Dr. Awang Azman bin Awang Pawi from University of Malaya, Malaysia. The second to Dr.